objectives into action in terms of research, knowledge, and service embodies the transformative spirit of social work, where ideas ignite, actions take shape, and impactful change is set into motion. Our conference theme, Advancing Sustainability Transitions for People and the Planet, the Road Ahead, underscores the urgency and responsibility we bear in creating a harmonious balance between human development as well as environmental sustainability. So today's discussion will not only inspire, but also equip us with tools to contribute meaningfully engage and open perspectives that can lead us towards real-world solutions. We are now set to embark on plenary session 3, focusing on sustainable social work strategies, approaches, and models. I would now like to
We are today we are here to give the best that we can bring, and it is our love rising from our hearts. Everything within us cries of fatherhood. Help us all to give you pleasure and delight. Hearts and mind will that say, I you know.
Thank you so much, Captain and team, for the beautiful prayer song. That's a wonderful tone today. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our moderator for today's session, Father Dr. Urdu, Dean of the School of Social Work. Father Augustine will guide us through this session with his expertise and thought. Welcome to the dais. I would also like the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Chairperson. I hope everybody can hear.
One second.
Good morning, sir. Yes, I can't hear you. They're experiencing, they're experiencing, they're experiencing, they're able to hear you, sir. Able to hear you, sir. Able to hear you, sir. Able to hear you.
I've got some slides to share with all of you. Yeah, I hope that you can see my my slides.
Yes, sir. We can.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you very much once again. This is the topic that I've been asked to speak on, and I thought when I was preparing the the broader governance process for the country's Sustainable Development Goal agenda, the SDGs. It's the global development agenda introduced by the UN that's been adopted by all its member states. And I will try to zoom into the development agenda of the country in Malaysia here, and try to show you how that development agenda has been converging with the SDG 2030 agenda as well at the global level. So that's basically the overarching aim of my presentation today. So what I'm going to share with you is as shown on the slide here. I'll just very quickly give you a run through of Malaysia's development history since its independence, set the context, and then I'll highlight how the SDGs then feature in our development agenda here, and what we've been doing to try to integrate this ongoing global agenda with ongoing development plans in the country. And I'll also highlight some of the challenges that still remain in trying to implement the SDGs in Malaysia, because all this is obviously for the interests of long-term sustainability. And then I'll also highlight briefly on the work that my organization does, the APPDM SDG. I'll explain to you a little bit about what it is later on. It's a very long abbreviation, but it stands for the All-Party Parliamentary Group Malaysia on Sustainable Development Goals. And then we'll be done with the presentation, and I welcome any intervention or questions or comments after that. Okay, I'm sure many of you would already be familiar with Malaysia. We're one of the, of course, like India, one of the post-colonial countries that emerged after, especially the British colonial power left its colonies. So in a lot of ways, I guess India and Malaysia share some of those colonial contexts. Although India actually got independence much earlier than us, we became independent in 1957. But the British were not the only power that colonized Malaysia. Before that, we also had the Portuguese and the Dutch, but the British were around, remained in the country, including in terms of our societal makeup and demography. So it's a very multi-ethnic and multi-religious society, similar to India, I'm sure. But there's also the constitutional presence of the group that's called the Bumi Putra, literally meaning sons of the soil, who are considered the native population of the country, who have certain rights protected by the country's constitution. But there are a lot of other ethnic groups as well in the country. Of course, the most obvious or the most the biggest ones would be the Chinese ethnic group, and also we also have the Indian ethnic group in the country. Geographically as well, it's quite diverse in the sense that the country is separated into two distinct geographical parts, comprising of many subnational components, which we call states. But the two distinct geographical parts are the peninsula, what we call West Malaysia, where I am currently, where Kuala Lumpur is, the national capital is. But we also have East Malaysia in the Borneo Island, comprising of only two but very big states, which Sabah and Sarawak. The Borneo Island, of course, as everybody knows, is a huge island which is shared between Malaysia, Indonesia, and also Brunei. And in terms of political system, it is a parliamentary system, but it's a federal parliamentary system with a constitutional monarchy. So there are two houses of parliament, the upper house and the lower house. But we also have, instead of a president, as India does, we have a monarch presides over the country on a rotational basis. Rotational because there are 9 monarchies in the country, in 9 different states in West Malaysia, and between these 9 kings or sultans, they rotate and they take turns in becoming the national monarch. So the monarchy plays a role as well in the political process in terms of assenting to new laws and so on. Because of its multi-ethnic and multi-religious nature, the country also practices what we can call a power-sharing political model. Power-sharing in the sense that any one time there'll be a coalition of political parties that govern the country, but this is something that's quite implicit, but it's been a mainstay in terms of how these coalitions will configure their composition or their structures in government. So the idea is to make sure that all groups are represented as fairly as possible in government, to make sure that to make sure that nobody feels that they're left behind. It's a very difficult thing to fulfill, but since independence in 1957, that's always been the aim of any political coalitions that come to power. So that's on the slide there. You can see, of course, the map of the country, just to visualize what I've described to you in terms of our geographical makeup and also our subnational composition. The bottom there is a picture I snapped yesterday on the way to Parliament, because I'm in Parliament for meetings this week. In fact, I don't usually dress up this formally, but I've just came back from Parliament for a meeting. That's a picture I took of our Parliament building on the way to the compound at 7 a.m. yesterday morning. It's quite an iconic skyscraper in Kuala Lumpur. Okay, so that's in terms of the general sort of makeup of the country. But because of the makeup that I've just described, then managing development has always been something that's at the forefront of the government's thinking. And it's important to manage development properly because exactly because of the demographic makeup that we have, because it's a multiracial, multi-ethnic society. There's always been this understanding that whatever development plans that's put forward need to ensure that they're inclusive, and need to ensure that development is spread as fairly as possible to all parts of the country. As I'll show you later, it's easier said than done, of course. But one particular event that has underscored even more strongly on the need for development to be done in a fair way was an event in 1969 that happened in Malaysia, where we had racial riots just after a general election. And that led to introduction of the new economic policy, the NEP, which was basically a broad-ranging policy aimed at reducing poverty and also restructuring wealth distribution in the society. At that point in time, in the late 60s, in the early 70s, the concern, because it was still very much early, it was still very much early post-independence time. There was a lot of concerns about how wealth was still very much held by foreigners or non-Malaysians. So one of the aims of the policy was try to redistribute all these foreign holdings of wealth to people in the country. That's one. Secondly, was also the recognition that the majority Bumiputra people in the country were still behind in terms of socio-economic attainment. So special attention was given through the new economic policy to uplift the economic status of the Bumiputras. Bumiputra is a catch-all term for all groups that are considered native, the native population in Malaysia. The largest group would be those who are called the Malay people. And of course, for a long time as well, the Malays have also held political power, in the sense that the government or the Prime Minister had always come through the biggest party that represents the Malay people in the country. So it's a subject of a lot of controversy, political controversy, but it's also a very much studied policy in terms of understanding how wealth can be redistributed. especially insofar as making sure that the distribution basically uplifts the majority population, because the diagnosis after the racial riots was that there's got to be something done to ensure socio-economic mobility of the majority population, because unless the majority population feel that they actually have the opportunity to move up the economic ladder, then political stability cannot be achieved. Again, there's a lot of discussion about this from so many different angles. I'm just giving you a very quick sort of overview of what the policy is about. And so the NEP was meant to last for 30 years. So for a good chunk of our history, development was very much informed by the NEP. But then from the 1980s, there was also this aspiration for the country to become an industrialized country, rather than an agrarian or agriculturally driven country that it was. So a series of measures and policies were put in place to usher this process of industrialization. So a lot of the development strategies were very much based on this aspiration or vision to turn Malaysia into an industrial nation. So the market or the economy was liberalized through for example, invitation to foreign investors to come in with foreign direct investments. So from that point onwards, manufacturing became a very important source of revenue for the country. A lot of factories were being set, a lot of new industrial areas and zones were being set in many parts of the country to allow for the manufacturing sector to thrive. So we saw also a shift in the way people generated income. So many who would otherwise have actually stayed back in the villages, for example, to do more traditional jobs, say for example agriculture, started to migrate to the more industrial areas to engage in manufacturing jobs. But the Bumiputra agenda actually remained. So there was this very sort of challenging balancing act that needed to be done. You have to liberalize the economy, at the same time you've got to maintain the Bumiputra agenda in terms of making sure that the Bumiputra people are enjoying the measures that's already been put in place through the new economic policies. Examples would be, in order to make sure that the education status, for example, of Bumiputra children and also youth could be improved, certain quotas were actually implemented for university admissions. The boarding school system was expanded to cover many different parts of the country to allow for children from the villages or from the poorer sort of sections of the population to get better education by moving to the boarding schools. There are also other measures that would be put in place with the intention or aim for there to be mobility in terms of the socio-economic status of these people. And the main document that defines our development process in Malaysia is the Malaysia Plan document. And the Malaysia Plan document is a development plan document that lasts for 5 years. And it's been ongoing since the 1960s. So As we speak today, we are at the tail end of the 12th Malaysia Plan. So we've already had 12 implemented so far, and we are now all waiting for the 13th Malaysia Plan that would cover our development planning from 2026 to 2030 to be tabled in Parliament. I think it'd be tabled in, so our Parliament sits 3 times a year. It's currently sitting right now, but it's ending this week. We've got the second sitting in July, and I think the aim of the government is to table the 13th Malaysia Plan in July, the July sitting, after which it'll be debated and then be voted to be passed, and then to be implemented from next year onwards. And at the moment, having already fulfilled the mission to become an industrialized or industrial country, the next step is to become a high-income economy, and that's basically very high up on the government's thinking, to basically embrace, for example, sectors that would allow for the wages to go up, for example, and allow for more skilled jobs to be offered. So that's basically the long-term plan of the government as well. I'm just sharing some pictures of KL in the 1980s on top there on my slide, and then the middle one is the skyline of KL today. If you're familiar with Kuala Lumpur, there you will know that we have many tall skyscrapers. It's something that's always been a pet project of successive prime ministers to build very high buildings. So the skyline has become very iconic because of that. The third picture is one of my favorites. That's the picture of our fourth prime minister, Mahathir Mohamad, launching our first national car, which is called the Proton Saga. It's one of the symbols of our journey to become an industrial country, launching our first national car. Proton is still around today, producing cars, but it's always been that iconic moment when it was launched, something that many Malaysians would remember. Just thought that it's a fun picture to share with you. I've driven a Proton before as well. It's not a bad car. Okay. So where does sustainability feature in all this, right? I've told you a story about our development journey in Malaysia. Now the question is, where does sustainability feature? Because that's basically the mandate I've been given by the organizers to talk about sustainability. So I thought I'd like to zoom into the SDGs because it's something that is featured quite prominently since we adopted the agenda back in 2015 alongside all the other UN member states, India included, of course. And I'd like to show you how we have managed to converge general development agenda with the SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goal 2030 agenda in Malaysia. So I think I'm assuming that everybody has a working knowledge as to what the SDGs are. It's basically a global development agenda that was introduced by the UN in 2015. It's a successor of the MDG, the Millennium Development Goals. But the Millennium Development Goals, the main focus of it was towards developing countries. But then the UN realized that it's important to basically include everyone if we are to come up with a development agenda that's truly global. So the SDGs then was introduced, and it was an agenda that was offered to everybody to embrace, and it was adopted by all UN member states in 2015. There are 17 goals altogether, as you can see on my screen here. But under each goals, there are also more targets and also specific indicators that needs to be achieved in order to fulfill all the 17 goals, SDGs. So you have no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, and so on until 17, which is partnership for the goals. So as I mentioned earlier, 193 UN member countries adopted. So Malaysia, alongside another 192 countries, including India, adopted the SDG agenda on 25th September 2015. And since then, we've been working to align the SDG agenda with our more general development sort of planning in Malaysia, and a lot has been achieved to that direction, including just to also to link the discussion to the notion of good governance, which is also part of the title of this talk, including implementing an overarching governance structure that begins with our National SDG Council. So it's a high-level national council in the country that's chaired by the Prime Minister himself, and it meets twice a year. So the National SDG Council basically leads the way in terms of making sure that the SDGs feature prominently in the thinking of all policy making in the country. Of course, the Malaysia Plan, as I mentioned to you, most definitely, but also in other aspects
So,
of policy making
sorry to stop
as well.
You have 10 more minutes.
And how is it done? It's done by way of sorry?
So you have 10 more minutes.
Okay, how long do I have altogether? Sorry.
10 more minutes.
10 more minutes, okay. And this is done by aligning the Malaysia plans with what we call the SDG roadmaps. I've shared the slides with the organizers, so if you have them, you can click on the graphics I have on the slides, and also on places where they're underlined, and it'll take you to all the resources that you need to take a look at all these things that we have. In 2022, we also established a National SDG Center to coordinate SDG implementation in the country. And each government ministry in the country also has, each government ministry also leads one particular SDG. So they need, the level. In addition to that, SDGs are also localized. So it's not just functioning at the national level, but it also is localized down to the subnational and also the local levels. And we maintain data on SDG attainments through our Department of Statistics. So if you click on this, if you have the slide, you click on the graphic, it'll take you to the dashboard, our SDG data dashboard. And it tracks basically our SDG attainments for all the indicators that are relevant to us in Malaysia. And every 4 years, we go to the UN and we do the voluntary national review reporting. So we update the UN on our progress at the high-level political forum in New York. And this year, we're doing another one. So we've done 2 already, 2017, 2021. And we're doing the 2025 one this year in July. There are also other reporting documents. For example, the voluntary local review. Some local authorities actually produce this document to track SDG attainments at the local levels in the country. So in terms of governance, over the years, we have tried to cover every level of the society. And it's quite challenging because we're a federal system, just like India as well. And there's a lot of unresolved issues, right? And I'm highlighting some of those challenges here as well. But just to put it to context, many of you will also know this. Last year, the UN published its SDG report 2024, which is grim from page 1 to the very final page, right? The messaging that was coming through the document was, we are so far behind that we're not sure that the UN is not sure that any country or the international community can actually fulfill the goals, all the 17 goals. So I'm just highlighting this as well, because this is where we're at right now with regard to the SDG. There's this very serious worry that globally we're not going to be able to meet the goals that's been set, and it has to end in 2030 because that's the deadline, right? It's the SDG 2030. So this is the snapshot as to where we are globally at the moment. 17% of the goals are on track. The rest of them are either moderately progressing, marginally progressing, stagnating, or regressing. So if you have the slides, you can click on this graphics as well. It'll take you to the report if you'd like to read it. In Malaysia, however, based on the indicators that we use for our SDG monitoring, we have surpassed global average because 43% of those indicators have been achieved, but there are still others that need much work. And there are also a lot of challenges that remain with regard to how we are aligning sustainability, long-term sustainability with our development agenda here in the country. And I'm just listing some of those challenges. I can unpack them quickly here. The yet is in terms of coordination between the different levels of government, because in a federal system, of course, there are different areas of governance that's taken on by the different levels. There are certain areas that are federal, that are the purview of the federal government, and then we also have the different states. We have 13 different states or subnational governments here who also have their own purview as defined by our federal constitution. And we also have local authorities or local government who also have their own purviews. And sometimes some of these businesses of government, they can either overlap, they can be duplicated, they can even clash or be in conflict. And it's always something that's discussed within the policy making circle about how to optimize all these different divisions between the different levels of government, and how to make sure that the services that are offered by all these different levels of government are efficient. And then we also have, of course, disparities between the different states. Some are more industrialized than others, some are poorer, some are bigger, some are smaller. The challenges within the different respective states are also different. Also, challenges between regions. We have West Malaysia, East Malaysia. For a long time, a lot of people in East Malaysia have felt that they've been neglected by the development agenda. So successive governments have been trying to address this issue and also this challenge. We also have urban-rural disparities. I mentioned to you about our industrialization process that basically created many new sort of industrial towns and cities and all that. But at the same time, along the way, a lot of people who have actually migrated from the more traditional style of life to living in the urban centers, they may not necessarily have been economically that sort of successful. So there's a lot of that issue as well in terms of income disparities, for example, in terms of access to housing in the cities and all that. And that, of course, leads to the challenge of social inequalities. Gender disparities also still persist in many respects and in many aspects of the society at large. But of course, this is something that's sometimes measurable, in terms of maybe
Excuse me, we are running short of time.
attainments of women in certain jobs and so on, but they can also be quite intangible. So it's quite a challenge to address this. Can you give me like just a couple more minutes for me to finish?
Sure, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. We have also urbanization challenges. I mentioned housing earlier. Housing in the cities is a problem in terms of supply and also in terms of price. A series of other human rights challenges as well in terms of recognition and inclusion of different groups in the society. And of course, data gaps as well in terms of final part. I'll just spend maybe 2 minutes on this, on the work that we do in the APPGM SDG. This is a unique initiative. Basically, what the APPGM SDG does is that's where members of parliament from either side of the political divide, either either government or opposition, they come together and they work together to try to bring SDGs to the ground within their own respective parliamentary areas. So we do a lot of activities from the very grassroots level in terms of doing research. We map issues that are still outstanding within grassroots communities, and then we offer with local level government officers and also district level government officers to promote the SDGs. We do policy advocacy based on our research findings on the ground. So that's what I've been doing this week. We've been tabling our issues in Parliament to members of Parliament and also to government agencies. And we try to strengthen partnership between all the different stakeholders in the country. So that's basically what we do. And we've covered already 115 parliamentary constituencies until 2024 out of 222. And we are running over 900 solutions projects, entrepreneurial projects, education projects, and so on. And we're also running over 300 community farming projects all over the country. Right? So I just wanted to tie the discussion up together with the work that we do, because it's a very unique sort of initiative that I think only exists in Malaysia at the moment. And to conclude, so the sustainability agenda through the SDG is played a vital role in our development agenda in Malaysia. And as you've seen, we have a coherent governance structure that's supported by various initiatives and actors across different sectors, including through my organization, the APPGM SDG. But despite all the good progress, challenges still remain in terms of ensuring long-term sustainable development in the country. With that, I thank you very much. Sorry for taking a bit extra time. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I think we're extremely glad that you took your time out to share about Malaysia and its activities, especially related to SDGs. And I'm glad to share with you, last April, I was there in Kuala Lumpur as well as in Singapore.
I'm not able to hear anymore. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
I can see the
Okay, we will get back to him. As I was just sharing, I had the opportunity last April to visit Kuala Lumpur as well as Sabah. Yeah, I found it was from Franciscan International organized a program at this place. So it's back. So can you hear it now? Can we send it? Yes.
I think I can hear you now.
I request the audience to please stay silent until the technical glitch is resolved.
And guys, let me talk to you about the sustainable strategies. As I said, Princess International Geneva, we were going to visit this Sabah. So when we went to the they actually protected its forest. So we had an opportunity to go to the village how they were so proud of protecting their forest. And I think that is the determination, how income economy. And you know, economic policies in 1971 really brought about poverty alleviation. And I got a number of these around Sabah as well as to Kuala Lumpur and experienced a lot of people passionate about sustainable development goals. They said sustainability of growth and impact. You cannot grow sustainability today. That's the reason why we are focusing on sustainability. I think all of you know what is sustainability. It is utilization of resources without depleting this for the future generation. I think you don't leave that about because there was a relation that would be about the people at the few stages. They were speaking about the amount of people that are in the world. They said it's not about people that are so what are we doing to our leaders? What are we doing to our mothers? What are we doing to our leaders? I think the leader really trying to follow what is going on to the middle. So can you hear it now? Yes, I can. I've been following what you've been saying. So thank you for being here as well as the activities and the activities that we have is very interesting and we are very thankful for being here today and we will take a couple of questions from our students. So, oh yes, I'll be happy to, most definitely. So we can't hear you now. Could we send in a couple of questions on the message? Yes, I'll be happy to take questions, most definitely. Yeah. I mean, I think the floor is open. I request any one or two of you could ask a couple of questions. I think we've been cut off again. Please raise your hands. Can you hear me? Yes, sir. I can't Can you hear me now? Hi? Yeah. The floor. No, I'll be happy to take questions and comments. Yep. Yes. We have so much to learn from Malaysia and the models when implementing SJU and how the multidisciplinary way that they implemented factor. So that's what my question follows. Do you think there is a possibility that any cross-cultural multidisciplinary that's really what is here from India in lots of social workers there in Malaysia. And what we doing are different economic and social justice perspectives that can be applied in India. Taking examples. Thank you. The first question, could you repeat the first question? Is also cross-cultural and also multidisciplinary.
What would be the role of social workers in India and Malaysia? So, especially the social workers, would you think we can collaborate to implement?
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't get your name, but thank you so much for the question. The topic of social workers is actually very, very interesting because if I've given a very positive spin on the presentation just now, that's because I'm highlighting some of the strengths that we have. But of course, there are also some very clear challenges, and one of them is actually related to our care sector. And of course, that means that it's very much related to social workers as well. It's one of those policy areas that Malaysia is still sort of trying to consolidate and trying to sort of improve. I am not sure about the scene in India, but I would suspect that perhaps India has gone far ahead of where we are with regard to some of the issues that need to be addressed, especially by policy when it comes to social work. So I can give you some example. For a long time in Malaysia, we have been waiting for the tabling of social workers professions bill. So it's a bill to basically professionalize social workers. I can't really remember from the top of my head for how long, but it's been quite long. I think it's been since the 2000s or even 1990s. But I can check the. I mean, the takeaway is it's been quite long, and for some reason it seems to have been postponed over and over again. Whenever we think that the bill is going to be tabled, the bill gets postponed for a variety of reasons. And this has created a lot of debate, especially amongst people who are involved in social work, because they've been calling for social work to be professionalized, but it's yet to be done. So I think, I mean, just to pivot back to what you're asking me here, I think at this moment maybe experience sharing would be very interesting to see, you know, how other, especially global south countries such as India, have done in terms of their progress within the sort of social work sphere, and those kind of learnings may actually be very valuable to the way that we also think about how we want to move forward with all these debates surrounding care and also social work. But that's basically where we're at right now, because I'm doing also some work on the care economy, and if you're interested, you can take a look at some of the debates that's been happening here with regard to, like I said, professionalization of social workers, also with regard to the distribution of care services across the country, also of course curriculum, because you guys are studying to become social workers, right? Curriculum, and also ultimately the value of care and social work to the country, because the discourse is quite prominent, but sometimes you hear people who come from the more moral perspective when they talk about social work, but then you can also have people who would approach the debate from the more development or economic perspective, right? Trying to put sort of value, the potential value of social work to the country and all that. So all this will inform policy, and we're all still waiting to see the kind of direction that we're going to move towards when it comes to questions about social work. So I think at this moment, learning from other places like India, sharing of experience and all that. Just written a paper as well recently. It's not published yet. Just looking at examples from different places that's been looking at strengthening their care economy. And some of these examples are very interesting. Makes you realize that a lot of people are doing a lot of things, And there are a lot of things from what they're doing that can become learning points. So that's I guess that's where collaborations can come in.
Yeah. So thank you very much, sir. I think due to lack of time, we are
So
not
that's the
taking
first
any
question.
questions. For your presentation. I think all of us are working towards being sustainable development goals, and we thank you for trying to share our experiences with our students as well as being here on this day of our international conference. Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause.
Thank you very much for Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. May I request the second speaker, Dr. Gangadhara Reddy, Executive Trustee, and he will be speaking on significance of municipal governments, a foundation for sustainable communities. So you have
Yes, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Yes, 12 plus 3, it may not be possible. Okay, ನೋಡುವ. I'll try my level best to put it across. There are, okay, initially distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and especially the changing agents, the budding students, social workers, those who are here are pursuing MSW or BSW. I want to address those people because they are the real change agents in the society. The entire presentation has only 3 parts. The first part is full of only realities with the pictures. Around 32 slides are there. Only half of the slides are filled with only pictures. And second one is, that is myths and realities across the globe as well as India. And the last part, what I am doing, what we with the support of social workers, what we are doing under the Usirigagi SRU team. That we are going to put across. We will just move towards little, yes, move. Yes, this is what inside the presentation. We'll just move. There is a picture. By seeing this, what do you feel? Now we all are experiencing. When we are experiencing this situation, we think that I should plant a sapling. Anybody is not experiencing this? But how many of you have make an effort to plant a sapling and nurture it for 2 years? Not plant a sapling, nurture it for 2 years. This is the realities I just want to share. Go to the next. Yes, it will definitely. I think already we have experienced during the COVID time. Yes? But again we forget all those things. We will moving forward. But again we will face the same kind of situation in future. Once upon a time, when Americans were having water with the bottles, we were laughing at them. Laughing at them. But now everybody wants to use the drinking water with the bottles or bottled packed drinking water. Situation again repeats. We have to be careful about that. Next. This is the hard reality. It silently is telling the future of our society. I think you and I may cross the life, but what about the future generations? We are talking about sustainable developmental goals. Next. This is what the development, what our fathers, including you, are thinking about. We are just making wealth for the future of our children, leaving this environmental ahead. We never bother about conserving the environment. Please move. Yes, I need not to go these theoretical aspects because it's very clear. Everybody knows what is environment. how we need to conserve this environment. But we are very least bother about, next, bother about conserving them. This is the hard reality what we are facing. Just look at these 4 pictures. Can you just brief me what it is? When there is a fruits in the tree, we never worried. We cut down the tree, we have created a temple, and again we are begging with the God for the fruit. This is the development which is occurring around us. Is it not? Yes, move. Even though we are least bothered about this. We are almost least bothered about this. This time there is a proverb which is created by me. If I will explain in Kannada and I will try to put it in English also. You can also correct me if I am wrong. ಮರಗಳಡಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಸಿದಂತೆ ಮರಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಸಿ. I will repeat. ಮರಗಳಡಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಸಿದಂತೆ ಮರಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಸಿ. In English, love trees as you make love beneath the tree. It's really essential. ನೀವು ಮರಗಳಡಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರೋ ಮರಗಳಿಗೂ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ? We have to think. Be patient. I am not just joking. It's very serious matter. I am putting just reach you. ನಿಮಗೆ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜೋಕ್. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಟೈಮ್ to alert, to nurture or save our future generation. Yes, move. Even though this is what I took, this picture is one of the most prestigious university where people are coming to offer a puja to a hutta. What we call in hutta in English, I don't know. And when we come to offer a puja, we'll come all these plastic things and put it there. We never bother about collecting and recycling the same thing. Yes, move. The major universal efforts, then I need not to go there. There are many laws. Nearly 200 universal or global laws and legislations and policy treaties are there to conserve environment ecology. Even there are many things under UNO, there is UNEP and UNDP is making efforts to conserve environment and making efforts to conserve environment and protect our biodiversity for the better future of our next generation. These are all the major universal things, and this is talks about the sustainable development goals. I need not to put it there. I think according to this UNEP, all 17 sustainable developmental goals are directly linked with environment conservation. But without conserving environment, we are talking about all these 17 goals. You have to go to all these 17 SDGs, then you realize the significance of environmental protection conservation. Move. Yes, there are a few constitutional provisions in India. Only 2 clauses talks about. The first one is under the directive principles of state policy. And next one is that is fundamental duties. It's duty of every Indian citizen to protect forests, lakes, rivers and wildlife. But what we are doing, I think once upon a time Bangalore full of only lakes, but now there are only few lakes that is filled with the contaminated water. Okay, I don't want to tell all those things. There is no Rajakala waste, no feeder channels, nothing is there. All the water what we receive from the rice, that is gone waste. It is not been properly utilized. Again, that we are struggling, we are facing the severe shortage of water in all summer seasons. Still, we are least bothered about conserving this environment. There are plenty of legislations by Government of India as well as Karnataka and all other states to protect environment, wildlife, water, air, and other things. Apart from that, there is some PCBs, that is pollution control boards. We have various plans to solid waste management. We have e-waste management. There are many things, but still we are least bothered about. Just imagine how many of you are segregating waste in your home itself. We are not, because we show apathy towards segregating waste and giving to the Paura Karmikas. That's what. Yes, we'll move forward. The reality, I will not. New Delhi, the capital city of India, is also the capital city of most polluted cities in the world. Okay, the realities. Only around 100 cities, polluted 100 cities, 33 cities are in India, and those who are listed below 50 polluted cities, 22 come from India only. The premature deaths which is taking due to the pollution, around 2.5 million premature deaths are taking place in India of 9 million deaths across the globe. Just imagine the number that is given by the Lancet Commission. And next, look at the sound pollution, water pollution, air pollution, cities is also happening, which is hamper the peaceful life of human being. And next, rural India, agriculture again is facing the severe shortage of water. And last one is soil losing its fertility. The food that we are consuming every day, it's full of chemicals only, but you have to be more conscious about it, what kind of food that you are eating and how it's going to impact on your life. Okay, because what I am basically from Chikbalapur region, the contaminated water without having the tertiary treatment are reaching to the lakes in Chikbalapur, and that is percolating to the groundwater. The same water is being used for what? To cultivate various vegetables, and that is sending to the Bangalore city. So I am also the culprit here, but the government is the major culprit. And the people, those who are not opening their mouth when there is injustice taking place, they are the most dangerous culprits. And you and me. Next. Yes, it's the reality. According to research, 33% of the geographical area must be covered with forest for the healthy life. But what is the reality? It's very clearly mentioned here. In Karnataka, claims that 16 to 70% of the geographical area is covered, but in reality, it's less than 11 to 12%. But I can say only 4 to 5% of the geographical area is covered with the dense forest. We cannot say that's just that is shrubs and other forest. The dense forest is only 4 to 5%, but nobody is there. But people are always talking about. I think there is. Everybody watching WPL and IPL? Is anybody not watching WPL and IPL matches? Everybody. You know that for every dot ball, they will plant a sapling. Is it so? Nobody noticed. We want to look at how much score they are made, but nobody knows the every dot ball, the BCCI should plant a sapling. But we don't know where they are planting, where they are protecting environment, and nobody is questioning it. They want to make money, but you want only enjoyment. But environment is completely devastated. And next one, there are many sayings that there is a Kotinati program in Karnataka, Vana Mahotsavas, then Koti Ruksha Abhiyan. All these things are only on the records, but not in the reality. But nobody was questioning. Crores of rupees is spending to plant, protect the environment, but it's not in the reality. You know how much money is spending by BBMP to plant saplings? Nearly 6 crore rupees is spending every year to increase the green cover in Bangalore. How many of you noticed that? No. Because we want only the comfortable life that you are living. And what about the future of your next generation? Do you think that? Just think, you need to. Next, please move forward. Yes, this is, I think I will focus only on this one. The environment and social work. We, the people are always talking about social environment, leaving this physical environment aside. We never bother about it. We want very good relationships. We want to roll our place. Everything is okay. But where is this? But you need to think all the social work efforts are linked with this physical environment. But we are least bothered about. People are talking about social justice. But where we are talking about environmental justice? What is that? In one way it says equitable distribution of resources is called the social justice. At the same time, its environmental justice is also there. Now people are thinking that there is the emergence of green social work, ecological social work, but nobody knows what exactly it is. We always talks about it. The majority of the concepts which is discussed in the social work, there are pointed here at the last point: climate change, global warming, sustainable development, disaster management, health, mental health. All these things are directly related to the environment, that is physical environment, but we are least bothered about it. But what we have to do? There are many things to do, but we are not doing it. But one thing, that majority of the methods what we have followed in the social work, all are also related to the environment. But the teachers, those who are teaching, and the practitioners, those who are practicing social work in the field, and many people, those who are standing and talking about these issues in the various seminars, workshops, nobody is talking about it. That's one of the most important tragedy what is happening in India. That has to be done. Okay, please move ahead. Yes, you may tell, sir, ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಸರ್? Yes, I will just explain. This is what we are doing. When I joined MSW to teach in Bangalore University in the year of 2013, I have started, because before that I was also working with an NGOs, various NGOs. I think I can remember in 2013 or 14 when I was with Sikram, I had came here as a resource person to talk about Right to Education Act, the same universities. And SDGs, the discussion was taking place in 2014. I came here to present it. And after having this experience in the NGOs, I have joined MSW to teach in the department, where I have started this small group called Usirigagi Asiru with the support of MSW. Please move forward. I don't want. The aim of this particular thing is to just create healthy society by enhancing green spaces and protecting biodiversity. That is this. The public, what we do, it's a deep concern towards environment, come forward, and we have started this group in the year of 2015, January 26, and legally registered in 2016. From there till now, we have planted around 38,000 plus saplings and making more than hundreds of green schools across Bailusime region. Our efforts are there, but you may feel really attentive when we are explaining the things. And the thing is that we are not only there to plant sapling, we will also do follow-up visits, and where we are ensuring that the plant what we have planted is the growing. Now it has already started giving fruits. I'll just show some photos in later. Just move forward. Based on the effort that is making by the group, the best organization group award has been Yuva Chetana has been granted by the Youth for Seva organizations Bangalore in 2016 onwards. Then major activities, I don't go all these things. I think I will explain the later when we are showing the pictures. Yes, move forward. How it works? Yes, sir. It's an organization. How it's work? You are working in Bangalore University. You are doing many things. Your students running. How it's work? It's very clear. Only volunteers that we are work. We have more than 5,000 volunteers across Bailusime region. Whenever we plan for any planting activity, we will inform them. They will come onwards. We will never call anybody. We will just put it in the social media. People interested, they will come and donate their sweats. I request many people to just donate a sweat for a day to protect environment. If not, just save a rupee or donate a rupee for the protection of environment that we will utilize. And next one is shared responsibility. I think we have not it. The responsibility has not been shared. We are giving, we are offering students to take lead of any programs if they are willing to do. Because we are not, we doesn't have any employee in our organization. It's everything based on the employees. And we are receiving only individual donations because there are people, those who have contacted us in the month of January saying that, sir, we have 1 lakh rupees to plant a sapling. We need to plant sapling in the month of January or February. I said, sorry, sir, we cannot. Because January, February is summer. How we are going to protect them? If we really want, we can just give the same amount money. We can plant in the month of June. No, sir, we have to complete this project in the completion of March. Because everybody wants to spend at least 2% of their earnings, profits by March end. They have come forward. There are many people like that. I have not received even a single rupee from any corporate sector because the entire thing is going on. Yes, the work carrying out only right time in the right way. We are not there to work for the someone's urgency. We are there to work for our requirements. That's it. ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. The work we are doing, if you are happy with the work, you can donate. Otherwise, please don't donate. We are not there to put everything in the reports and give it to you, and we want to done the work on the reports. Everything should be there. If somebody has doubt, you can visit any residential school in Chikbalapura. All 22 schools are completely covered with the greens. I can challenge you, you can go and visit. Okay, that we can say. Then we have proper documentation. That's only on the social media, not there. Effective utilization of social media and media. I think if I read something on the Facebook today, tomorrow there will be headlines in Chikbalapur with regard to the environment. That is there. Then focus on local ecological issues. That is also there. Then proper monitoring initiatives that we are taking place with the support of only MSWs across Bailusime region. We have plenty of MSW students, those who have under my supervision, they have done, we are working. Please make move. Yes, innovative initiatives, there are many things that you can think. I think second one is not possible from you. Yes? Yes, we have done it. Even in my marriage, that's very clearly show. I think you have not been innovated. I think there are some. Because there was a discussion on holige. What we call holige in English? Really, I don't know. Obbattu in Kannada. I rejected it. Why? Because that's covered with the plastic paper. I said, instead of holige, you can give ragi ball. No issues. It doesn't make any problem. And they asked me to serve water in these bottles. I said, no. Let's go with the steel glasses. If someone feels unhygienic, they can carry no issues. I will not. This kind of tricks we should also adopt in our lifestyle. Then green celebrations, I will show pictures. I don't want to take. These are all the things. Hasiru Yagna is another initiative program. It's implemented only in the residential schools because we are getting ample of spaces, nearly 6 to 7 acres of place with the fully equipped thing, where we are focusing on plantation of 3 varieties of saplings. One is ornamental sapling, one is indigenous and fruit bearing saplings. That's also there. Please move forward. Just go back. Last one. Go back. Pay respects to the assassinated trees. Doubt alva? I'll show the picture. Move. Yes. To conserve ecology, what you, me and society has to do. These are things. Change attitude first. Is required. Enhance green cover. I think this will be explained in the pictures. Please move forward. Sorry, I think I am taking. The creating awareness. Here I can say only one thing. If you think in terms of a year, just plant a sapling. I'll repeat. If you think in terms of a year, plant a sapling. If you think in terms of a decade, sow a seed. But when you think in terms of a century, just needs to change the mindsets of people, what we are doing with the children towards environment. That has to be done. Now I am here because I want to bring the change in your mindsets towards environment protection. I don't want everybody should change. I know at least 10 to 15 people in this group, they will definitely change. When they are going to take a single-use plastic, they will think, oh, I should stop it. Next, please. Yes, it's related to the eucalyptus free forest because it is one of the most dangerous. Eucalyptus and acacia are not environmental friendly. The monocropping is also one of the major that we have protested silently and given memorandum to the authorities. Based on our authorities in Chikbalapur, they have decided to eradicate eucalyptus. The same thing extend Kolar and Chikbalapur too. Now government has clearly said that it should stop plantation of eucalyptus and acacia. Okay, next move. Yes, community responsibilities. Whenever people find that there is a tree is assassinated, again, the people will come together and call them. We are protecting more than hundreds of trees in Chikbalapur region. See, there is a, petrol bank. They plan to cut this tree because these shades will fall on this petrol bank. They have decided. Then we have gone there, stopped this thing. Right now, this protecting. Next move. Yes, this is how we are paying homages to the assassinated tree for redevelopment. Okay, it's in Chikbalapur. Nearly 40 trees were cut down to widening the roads. We have done this one. Then later, whenever they plan to cut the tree, they do contacted us. They will tell, sir, ಈ ಕೊಂಬೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಸರ್. The change that we are bringing, it's just initiatives we need to take. Please, next. Yes, it is another innovative initiatives with the support of various people. We are also creating libraries. Those who have protected our saplings in the residential schools, we are also creating libraries. And the first one is the, which one? That is computer labs for the well-being of the students. Next. Impacts. This is what? Next. Next, please. Yes, look at it. The change that you can also see here. There are many things like this, but I just mentioned only the same school, same thing in 2018 how it looks, and in 2020. Now you cannot find the building there. Next. Green celebrations. Have you ever imagined? Now majority of the students, those who are with us, are following the same thing. No waste, no biodegradable things, everything is degraded. Next. It's up to you. This is if you want to contact or support or donate sweat or anything, you can just contact us. We are there at all social medias, platforms. You can visit us. And last, wealth, power and money only for livelihood. Wealth, power and money only for livelihood. But oxygen, water and food is for life. Decide whether you want to stable or sustainable. You want life or livelihood. If you want life, conserve environment. If you want lifestyle, you decide what you want. Together we can make wonderful changes. As a social work, I can say, be the different and be difference. Okay, thank you. Any questions you can.
So thank you very much, sir. I think it's a very impressive presentation, and you are a professor of practice because you are in the field and then inspiring thousands of youngsters as well as people towards environmental conservation. You know, last time when they did the Swachh Bharat competition between districts, out of 44 districts that participated, Bangalore was there, Mysore, Indore, Chennai and all. Out of 44, I think Bangalore got the last place. one of the most dirtiest in comparison with other districts, they said. Now we see, Indore got the first place and they said, Indore has no dustbins anywhere on the road. The collection of waste is taken from your respective home and the waste is segregated at source. I think today is a hard-hitting reality. Can we think of, as he said, a plastic-free life? I see students carry every time single-use plastic, dump it. I was on a bike and the guy, was going the auto. He threw his mask on the road. So I picked up the mask. I went behind, stopped the auto. I gave it back to him and said, "Sir, you dropped something." And he said, "No, sir, it is a waste," he said. I said, "No, sir, road is not a dustbin to put this. You must find a place." Today, I think even modern people are trying to tell us, be selfish at least. Because you need clean air, don't pollute the air. You need clean water, don't pollute the water. You need good fish to eat, don't pollute water bodies. I think the responsibility from producers, what we call producers' responsibility, if I produce one plastic bottle, Coca-Cola company produces millions of bottles every day. What is the responsibility? Producer's responsibility. If I use a plastic bottle today, what is my responsibility? Consumer's responsibility. I always avoid using plastic, as sir said. I think a number of us know that in my School of Social Work, we should always go green. I said no plastics in my department. And I was really impressed by sir's work, sir's commitment, even the word he used, the people are killing trees, assassination of trees, he said, and paying respect to the trees. And I can't imagine a place without lakes and I think without trees. As one famous poet said, when you have a panoramic view of the earth, the lakes are like the eye of the earth. They look so beautiful, it is said. Today, I think that's why social workers must have a different perspective towards the environment, towards personal use of items. I think it's beautifully said. I think it's an amazing presentation, sir. Hats off to you for your work as well as for the inspiration that you give to our students. A big round of applause. Yeah. The floor is open now. I request at least a couple of you to ask questions about sir's work and sir's inspiration and the way ahead in making a greater change in our society, especially towards environmental concerns. You can raise your hands. The mic will be passed on to you. Yes, Ria, thank you.
Hello, sir. My name is Ria. I'm from 2nd MSW. Firstly, I would like to appreciate for a very interactive presentation. So my question is, what is the meaning of the name of your organization? And second is, what all challenges you face when you are doing this initiative?
Green for breath. Usirigagi hesiru, that is green for breath. But I never think that we are facing challenges because we are working with the limited resources. We never feel that there are many people. Why the organization was started? Because there are many youth come forward and saying that, sir, we have no platform, we have no money, we have nothing to do for the environment. We have created a platform for them. If anybody wants to come or donate sweat or money or in kind, whatever they want, it's open for them. Anybody can come. And the challenges I have faced here, that we choose many schools in Bangalore city. We have planted couple of saplings. After 1 or 2 weeks, they have, yes, we cannot say ಅದು ಕಳುವಾಗಿದ್ದು means ಕಳ್ತನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಸಮೇತ. In the sense, it was stolen by the nearby residents. The planted saplings were stolen, especially in Gidaganalli near Bangalore University. It's stolen, and we have made an effort to cover Bangalore city. And finally, I feel that it's not required to Bangalore people. Let's go to the people, those who are really concerned. And next one, I think if we are doing huge number of plantation, then we may require money from others. No, we are sufficient. I think for a year, nearly 5,000 sapling plantation was were taking place with the support of various school, colleges, students, our volunteers, and NSS people. And there are many people come forward. Sir, ಇವತ್ತು ನನ್ನ birthday ಇದೆ. I will donate some money to you. Sir, ನನ್ನ marriage anniversary ಇದೆ. Then I will, for every reason. I think we are all celebrating Jayantis of many people, but we are not inculcating their values with, adopted their values in our lifestyle. But we are telling that if you are respect any person, just adopt one or two values what he is following. In the same way, I am also motivating my students. If you are joining ads with us, just imagine that minimize the production of waste, especially plastic. These words are motivating them. That's why I can say more, nearly 1,000 to 5,000 students are there with us. They come forward. Wherever we can go to the Tumkur, Kolar and Chikbalapur, various districts we are going, everywhere. I think yesterday I had received a call from Bidar that said, actually sir, I have gone through your entire presentation in the social media. Better please, we will extend your programs to there. Bidar, Raichur, people are coming forward. This is what. With the challenges that people come there, especially CSR activities coming, sir, ಇಷ್ಟು ಹಣ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು change ಮಾಡಿ. I said no. We are working for the need of environment or requirement, not for your mood and need of your organization. We are doing this. If you have intention, you can donate us. Otherwise, please don't do it.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I think there are no more questions. We like to give a big round of applause for the work as well as an inspiration that sir gives. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. And we are going to the next speaker, and she's very familiar with us. She's a friend of St. Joseph's University, and I'm extremely glad to welcome Ms. Sharmila, the Executive Director of Vatsalya Charitable Trust, to speak on empowering communities through barefoot case workers, a sustainable approach to social work. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for the warm welcome. It feels so good to be here. And thank you, Dr. Gangadhar Reddy. I feel so much when you said every SDG is connected to. Yeah. So could I request for my slide, please? Yeah. So I'd like to talk to you today about empowering communities and actually a radical concept of barefoot social case workers. Today, you and I are social workers, but I am presenting a barefoot case worker as a model for sustainability. Thank you, academicians and practitioners who are gathered here. I hope our time together will really uphold the cause of sustainability. As someone who has spent many years as a social worker and more recently as a therapist, I've come to appreciate that sustainability is not about resources. It's about a job well done that can bring lasting changes. If I were to look back at my career, I would boldly say, only a job well done can sustain. I'd like to repeat, social workers, only a job well done can sustain. A job that witnesses one project cycle, a project that heavily depends on external funding, just like how we heard the previous speakers say, is not something that I would like to embark upon because that will not sustain. I'm not going to give my time and energy to something that will not sustain. At this stage of my life, with few decades of 3 decades to be precise, of experience behind me, and also ahead of me, I have years to impact. I am very deliberate and about my calculated move of where I spend my time and how I spend my time. So that is why in the last 5 years, we worked on a barefoot social caseworker concept. Some call it trash. I call it a sustained release of hope. This picture was shot in my garden yesterday. This morning, I had a conversation with my maid Karishma. We don't speak the same language well. I don't know Nepali. I'm not good in Hindi either. So I'm telling her, don't worry, in some time the leaves will stop falling, the season's coming to an end. Okay? In my heart, I'm feeling it's good that the seasons keeps rotating. It's very good for my mental health. But for some people, it is a burden. The same trash will be a heap of wealth if I know to preserve it right, if I know to mulch it right, and if I am patient. Things take time. Believe me, you have a lifetime, I have a lifetime. Time is very crucial and critical. So, I would like to introduce similarly the concept of sustainability to social work. Similarly, sustainability in our social work and communities isn't about instant results, but about creating systems that nurture growth from within. I hope we can pause and appreciate that growth must come from within. Only then certain things will sustain. It is with this philosophy and vision that at Vatsalya we have worked for the last 5 years, particularly, to bring forth the concept of barefoot caseworkers to contribute to sustainability. As a social worker, if you're sitting here, it's actually a radical call. You and I need to know how to work in tandem with a barefoot caseworker. A barefoot caseworker will not go to college, but probably he or she will do a lot more than you can do. Do you agree? How does that make us feel? If you are in for sustainability, you have a humble heart. You have a heart that embraces truth and says, hey man, I'm going to recruit a lot of barefoot caseworkers. I don't want to embark on a project where I am the be-all and the end-all. You're appreciating that. I believe I hear a few nods here. I see a few nods here and there. Yeah. So in the concept of barefoot caseworkers, we train the local community. I think really contribute to a lot of workforce. At Vatsalya, it is our value that we work shoulder to shoulder. We don't look down ever upon our interns. In fact, I tell them, you know more, you have the privilege of an institution, you need to be teaching the rest of us. So there's such an exchange, nobody will know the hierarchy so much. You would have witnessed that. So we pick community members, we train them, we build trust, we reduce the reliance on external factors. I think we are resonating very well with the previous talk too. Reducing reliance on anything external and actually putting things from inside out. If you are a social worker who can bring the best things from inside out, you are a sustainability worker. Could we move to the next, please? Yeah. So there is a need for sustainability. I'm going to give Vatsalya as a model. It's very nice to speak about fancy things. Sustainability is not for platforms like conferences and workshops. Sustainability is for a day-to-day lived experience. So at Vatsalya, we work with a lot of migrant vulnerable population. I love vulnerabilities. When you work with vulnerable people, it's very risky because you are the powerful person. You have an you have a tendency to walk over them. It's hard to handle vulnerabilities. When we handle vulnerabilities, the best methodology is to work with sustainable factors. So when you pick community members, they become kind of a biomedium, okay? And you give an inside-out approach and a lot of key innovations will come about. The stress on the job is actually less. When I do my reports, most of the donors ask me something. is there any unintended negative outcome through the work that you have done? Most of the time, I don't remember learning this in college, but when it is money, everybody needs to be accountable. So if I do a sustainability model, unintended negative outcomes will not be there. Are you able to appreciate that? Okay. So we social workers must never give a negative outcome because of the good, passionate, hard work that we put in. I love this. A top-down approach just doesn't work. You might know my designation. I can double up even as a driver for my organization. When I say that, I mean it. I believe in a top-down and a bottoms-up approach. Do you know when we play dice, there is a timer, right? That sand glass? Okay. If you're a social worker, always flip, switch, flip, switch. And at the end of it, bottoms-up approach will work hands down. I'd like to leave a small tip because many of you are social workers. I'm not here to make a presentation big. I just need to influence you. I tell myself when a vehicle is going, if you need to see the shake, how will you get it? Lie down on the ground, put your ear on the ground, you can hear. Close your eyes, lie down, you will hear whether it's a lorry, whether it's a truck, whether it's a car, the intensity you will know. You want to really test it? Go to these hanging bridges, stand and see, you will feel. Okay, that is the bottoms-up approach. What you hear on ground, pick it up, come back. You are taught very good theory, unlike the barefoot social caseworkers. Do the top-down approach. If you are agile, if you are quick, if you have a conscience, you will know nothing is unidirectional. Okay, so I love the bottoms-up approach. Top-down approach utterly fails. We are not culturally sensitive. We are donor-driven. Okay. Today I can say, I will drive the donor. Where there is a vision, there is provision. So we have 4 verticals at Vatsalya. I'd like to keep it short because most of you have come for orientation and stuff like that. For the youngest children, 0 to 7 years of age, our philosophy is children are like wet cement, whatever falls on them makes an impression. So I love philosophies because you can test it with the philosophy. Okay, so I will know if the child is doing well or not. If the child is not doing well, immediately I will know what is fallen on the child is not good. So for this vertical, the sustainability factor is the parent volunteers. Okay, I have 2 centers. Many of you from Joseph's come only to my main center. You do not go to the extension center because access is less. It is not headed by MSWs, but they do fantastic job. Between both the centers, the percentage of parent volunteers is so different. For my extension center, 100% percentage of parent volunteers. They come on a rotation. There are jobs that they know to do. When they work alongside with us, they will also treat the children the way we treat their children. Is that not sustainability? It's not about just cooking, cleaning, chopping, whatever. They know how to nurture their children. Believe me, these are migrants. They have migrated, forgetting the destiny of their child. Believe me, they have studied maybe class 1, class 2 in their village, in their local language. Here, when they come, children do not know anything of the local language. Things are very alien. Kids are not going to school. So in that kind of a setup, if parent volunteers get a knowledge transfer, hands-on, that is what I call sustainability. Second one, please. This is our education sponsorship. This is the early childhood. You could go on next, yeah. The next one? Yeah. So this is an education sponsorship project. Office job is very boring. I pity the interns who work there because we work with reports. But do you know the key force behind this are teachers that we have selected, picked, trained over the years, they carry the genetics of VCT. We pay them nothing. If there is an incident, they'll be the first one to call. Okay? So we social workers know how to work with people who are non-social workers. To me, they are barefoot case workers. You may say, oh, she's a BEd, she's a teacher, she would have learned it here, there. No, wherever they have learned, it's very hard to put to practice unless you get a change of mindset. A decade, if you need to change mindset. I just loved it. Okay, change of mindset is the biggest. The third one is the nutrition project. Here again, I just love it. In this picture, you'll see the donor, you will see the staff, you will see the barefoot case worker. You really do not know who is who. All of us underwent a 5-day training, a highly technical course with a lot of translation and a lot of tools. Barefoot case workers will not be, unless you equip them, they will not be able to perform. Are we not social workers called to equip people? Don't we teach people to fish? Correct? This is exact sustainability. So our community members, we call them peer nutrition educators, community health educators. Each vertical, they call their own name. There is autonomy to pick their own sustainability factor. To give the nomenclature is their total autonomy. So they know how to double up as a health educator. They make the porridge, they handle the vendor, they do accounts, all in a matter of 1.5 hours in a day. 6 days a week. 0 staff present. My challenge will be, how are we treating them? They're doing the bulk of the work. How are we actually treating them? I will be like a hawk looking at that. Donor may not ask, my board may not ask, but as a social worker, I will be looking for how well are they treated. Next. The last one, the previous project, the philosophy is, those who have less to eat must eat correctly. Okay? The last vertical is Women Empowerment Program. Our philosophy is, the woman I was yesterday introduced me to the woman I'm today, and I'm excited to meet the woman I will become tomorrow. If I am stagnant, if I'm stuck with a position, I am not seeing the woman of tomorrow. So here you will find many women taking up leadership positions. In this project, the sustainability factor is called Community Accountability Partner. Do you know emotionally when you're low, you cannot do anything good with yourself? Vulnerable people go through that. So staff cannot handle that level of vulnerability, much that we are trained when the load is big. So we have community accountability partners who become part of the sustainability factor. Yeah, now there are a lot of stories. I really don't want to go through the slides. We have had clients who have become team leaders, clients who have become trainers, clients who have become paralegals. Our extension center is actually headed by our client who was a client 7 years ago. We lent her about 10,000 rupees for an ironing machine. That's steam iron, right? Okay, we did house visits, and my philosophy was staff should come from a stone's throw. They should not come from far. Now, do you see interns? Okay. Unless you go through that kind of a grind, you will not make that kind of a social scientist. I would really like to include the word social scientist. Today, many times I won't say social workers. Generally, I'll tell, but some strategic places I'll say, sorry, I'm a social scientist. I don't have a PhD, but I am a social scientist. Because we are backed with evidence. We are pretty bulletproof. Anybody can ask any question, we can really demonstrate. Further down. Next slide, please. There are a lot of successes are plenty, challenges are plenty. Yesterday I told them, from the finance department let me know, we pay small honorarium of 2,000, 3,000 rupees. So got a list of what is our turnover, how many people dropped out. What I've understood is every person who dropped out because of a problem. At that point, I'm very proud of Vatsalya. We treated them like a client. We didn't say, hey, you never performed right, you told a lie, you did this. No blame game at all. We have treated them like a client. We have done some rehab for them. So I am really happy that, we know how to treat them well. Tools are something that social workers need to develop much. Monitoring and evaluation systems, I'm not sure whether we have such courses in our curriculum now. Probably you might. When I was in college, we didn't learn. But these are all hardcore requirements if you want to institute barefoot caseworkers. So this is like a step-by-step model. Include them, build participation, build leadership, do a little bit of networking, policy development, build their skills. In Vatsalya, if you work as a barefoot caseworker, you can only do that for 3 years. After that, you cannot, stay in the same position. You need to let somebody in. By then, you are job ready. I always tell my staff, anytime any of you feel you're a social worker, you want to join an election or campaign for an election, I think you guys need to be there. Okay? So we're not on a stuck point. It's a cascading step. And yeah, so there are a lot of stories I have shared. The next one. Yeah, this is a small fig tree in my garden. This again was taken yesterday. So it should circle around. It cannot be an arc. You need to test your work. Today I have on my WhatsApp the numbers. We are 40 staff, but our sustainability factor is around 54. I said, man, I must put this into a document. This goes to the board. Thank you, because you gave this opportunity. I was just fixing everything. We're not here just to make a presentation, right? We are here to prove a point. It becomes an evidence. Every donor will cut funds. Are you the social worker who will be a visionary? Are you the social worker who will get people to invest in social causes? Unless you are sustainability minded, we social workers actually can become a big drain. So with this note of encouragement and insight, wishing each one the best to become sustainable workers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for amazing work as well as an amazing presentation you've done today. And as you said, she's always a friend of St. Joseph's University. And the number of times she was proudly saying, I'm a social worker. Even I often say, wherever I go, I am a social worker. Good to hear another social worker constantly repeating the word that we are proud of social workers. And some important points what I got from her presentation was, where there is a vision, there is always a provision. If we give power to people, actually you empower people. And people remember how you treat them. He said we treat them with respect in the organization in which. And ma'am, thank you so much. I think the floor is open for a couple of questions. We don't have time because at 11:35 we have the next session. So one or two of you, yeah, the mic. Can you please raise your hand? Are the interns from Vatsalya? Should I call out some names? Yeah. Can you give the mic to Tashi? Yeah. Afterwards, Shadini from this side. Yeah. Please give the mic. Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Tashi from second MSW, and my question is, ma'am, what are the challenges you face in your organization on your day-to-day activities, ma'am?
Challenges are actually opportunities for us, but the challenge that I face is training social workers to have a blend of social work and a corporate kind of a blend, you know. Social workers who are very good in the community will not understand accountability factors, will not understand project management. Those who understand project management will not regard the qualitative indicators. So that is always my challenge, but it's also a great opportunity.
Ma'am, there is one, yeah.
Maybe in futures, many of them will have an NGO, hopefully. So would you suggest getting funds from CSR activities or donors?
Okay. I would say get your vision right. We will back you. Okay. Fundraising is a separate ball game. There are ethics in fundraising. Some corporates, when they give money, they give in frenzy because it needs to be spent in such a point of time. If you're a good NGO, you will know how to negotiate. But your question is, if you're starting your thing, look for anybody who can invest. Look for a visionary. The last funding that I have received for Vatsalya is a small funding, but it's for research. Okay, it's an action research. Funding is very less. I don't want big money. With big money, accountabilities are big. Once I publish that, people can always say, hey, this is where I want to invest my money. Year 24, I studied 24 single women. There was a student here, Crystal. Do you all know Crystal? She was from Joseph's. We both did quite a bit of qualitative work together. Okay, we never forget those who put their hands on the work that we do. I love people who work with me. With just one interview, their lives changed. That was enough for me to write a project proposal. I spoke to a donor who was funding for education sponsorship. I told him, Mr. So-and-so, this is the plight of these mothers. Would it be possible for you to give me one staff salary whom I will pick from one among the 24? Do you see the USP? So you really don't need to have huge funds, huge NGOs. Recently I was in Sri Lanka. I was blown. There is a group of people who worked with tea estate workers. They don't have a Naya Paisa funding. They've trained their friends to work like a hairdresser, barber. So tea pickers, their children don't go to school because if you know how a tea estate works. To go outside to have their hair cut, it's very difficult. They don't spend any money. They just upskill themselves. They groomed them. Then they pick few people who could study. Then they grab them, put them in their houses, and they are going to school along with their children. Not all the children. Of course, social work doesn't work like that. We need a framework. So what I'm trying to say is, be clear what you want to do, be the visionary, definitely funding will back you. There is no lack of funding at all. Honestly, I would like to say that.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'd like to summarize the panel in the morning. The first speaker was Dr. Ahmed. I think he spoke from Malaysian point of view on sustainable development goals. And second speaker is Jnanadharma Reddy, and he spoke about his work at his organization and how he is a great inspiration towards environmental conservation. And another inspirational person, Sharmila, she spoke about the work, the different verticals that have been at Vatsalya. I think all speakers have inspired us today, all speakers have motivated us today towards academic excellence as well as environmental conservation. I think these are two important pillars for social workers. I would like to appreciate and thank them for their presentation, for their time, and for being here. A big round of applause for both of them. May I request a couple of faculty to come forward. Dr. Lavanya for the Francis, Prema Jyoti,
Captain Akshay.
and Captain Akshay.
Now, may I please request Captain Akshay and all the faculties to come on stage and felicitate the speakers for today. Yeah. I request Captain Akshay, Dr. Prema Jyoti ma'am, Dr. Lavanya ma'am to please come on to the stage.
Yes. Can go please. Take it. Sorry. No.
Request all the faculty members of the School of Social Work to please join us on stage for a photograph.
Yeah. Give the shawl. One second. No need that. Want to hold it, sir? Yeah. Come on. Here. No need all that. It's fine. It's fine. Just for a picture. Yeah. Thank you. Come on. We can take the selfie. Can come forward. Take a straight line. Yeah.
Glass. The table won't be seen.
Sir, can you come forward?
No, it's past.
Chandan, come forward. Take a straight line.
While that happens, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our speakers, Dr. Gangadhar Reddy sir and Ms. Hepzibah Sharmila ma'am. If you hadn't known before, Dr. Gangadhar Reddy sir is a distinguished academician, researcher and environmental advocate. He has over 12 years of experience in teaching, research and community engagement. He has made significant contributions in the field of environmental conservation and sustainable community development.
Come back at 11:30.
So now we would like to. Yes, thank you. Okay, we will now break for tea. You have 15 minutes. So 10 minutes. Okay, so the tea break is for 10 minutes. The time is 11:26 right now. Please come back into the hall for right at 11:35, 11:36. Please do not be late. And then we will continue with the next speaker.
Hello. Can you hear us? Can you give me Hello. Huh. Israel sir, can you hear us? Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear us?
maintain silence, start. Yes. Good
Unfortunately, I'm not able to make the visit over here. So thank you for accommodating to online session now. And I congratulate the students in driving this initiative at this international conference. Thank you so much. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the management and business professionals. So, role of HR is very what's the role of HR? What is the role of HR in ideas and motion? So, before understanding the role of HR, you need to understand what is that about doing ideas and disability, identity, economics, all come from all very so every one of this point of for example, how do you nurture lives? For example, you find country about, I like it, what do you do? You come to your house, you come to sacrifice God, make a special I come to your house, when you like chapati, but you take a special that's not diversity. Diversity is recognizing the difference. And in terms of the personality overall, uniformity or similarity in all contexts, every individual, and primary age, ethnicity, race, gender, and sexual orientation. But intensively, if you look at in the workplace, what's the difference? People coming from different locations. For example, the organization which they look is a global organization. I have people from across the globe, across the country, with a different lives, different food, different taste, different religion, different ideologies. But how do I effectively utilize those kind of differences for the benefit of the organization is the role of HR. Right? Right? And the second one, what is that is all about equity, is that equality and equity is the same or different? Before that, we should look at the first thing. Should we need to treat people equal? Should I need to treat people equally? If you think many times in the top or very top layer, people will think that yes, of course, everybody should be treated equally. Yes, of course, it will be treated, but not in layers of performance. For organization, for example, every business organization, they have a rating of ABCD. Not that every individual should be given A rating. There are people who is performing A, I should give them the best rating of A. There are people who is not performing, I should give them B. There is a differentiation which is required. Called equity is all about. Depends on their performance, depends on their nature. The differential treatment is required for the team. Let me put it in a very simple example. Few years back, my son was studying in the school, Bangalore. So that time he actually was studying and he was supposed to travel for a different cities of country for his sports. He was a sports person. And at the age standard, when he was studying 13 years, we had to give a mobile for him because he has to travel alone. And the same time, my daughter was studying third standard. My daughter asked me, Dad, I need a mobile. Why? Because Anna is having a mobile. So can I treat my daughter and son here equally? Definitely not. I cannot treat them equally because it should be of need based. Is there a need for my son to have a mobile? Yes. Is there a need for having a mobile for my daughter? It's not. That's called equity. That's the major difference between equality and equity. So in an organization setup, and then the equality. Fair treatment is required. Provide opportunity for accessibility. People with the different able people reach out office. They need a different support system. Normal status will not work. Are you serious about that? And identify, eliminate the barriers for preventing full participation. One of the best picture I've seen in the world to explain the equality and equity is the picture. Look at this picture. It will clearly tell you what is equity, what is equality. If you see the first picture, equality is that. In the general context, in the common sense knowledge, we all talk about everybody should be treated equally. No doubt about it. Yes. But see what happens. There are diversity in place. When there is a diversity in place, you can't always apply the formula of equality. When there is a diversity, equity is required in place that you are what you are doing. This is what in the second picture it shows up. So you need to understand the difference between the equality and equity in an organization when you are going to practice And third point is about inclusion. What is that inclusion is all about? It's not just a physical inclusion. For example, in the classroom, everybody sitting together only. That is not inclusion. Beyond inclusion, are they feeling that we are among that? We are inside the class. We are respected for our words. Everybody is giving equal treatment there. That inclusion, people should sense that on their own. That's called inclusion. How do we demonstrate the inclusion? Valuing the voices. Somebody may talk nonsense which is not relevant to me, which you don't accept at all. But giving them an opportunity of hearing their side is the most important part of the inclusion. That's why you get to know the principle of natural justice as HR also. When you practice in your life, somebody you want to penalize in your organization for a misconduct, you also give them the opportunity to share their perspective. Listening from other side. It's called party or from party. Listen from other side before you decide. valuing the voice, perspective, and the contributions of others. The contribution of a lady who is going on a maternity leave, you cannot compare that lady with a person who is actually regularly coming to work without any break. It's a natural way of women working in the organization in their life. It is a natural, sacred way they give a life to a child as well. So that person may not be able to contribute that particular period. Don't penalize. You have to recognize them because it is their natural way of life. For all of us, we came in the same way. So how do I treat the person actually having a kind of maternity life of that person in terms of the performance? Their equities need to play a role. Definitely they cannot do same things what others are doing at that point of time. Carrying a 10 kgs of weight in their entire body throughout for 10 months is not an easy job. How do I make them be included? How do I give an equitable treatment for them in terms of their contributions? That's the HR should look at. And the last one, DEIB among the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. The last one is about belonging, the feel of security. Belonging is that the one which speaks about they feel that sense of belonging together. Being included is one. Having included them inside, how are they feeling about it? Are they convinced that I'm also part of this team? I'm also part of this. I feel like once they become that belonging, only their contributions will become essence. So feeling of security and psychological support, and that's what is about belonging. So if you put it in nutshell in one sentence, diversity is a fact. Diversity is a fact. Equity is a choice. Because diversity is a fact which is prevalent. Are you able to hear? Diversity is the fact which is prevalent in the society. Whereas equity is a choice. You consciously make a choice. How do I treat people with the equity based on their performance, based on their drawbacks, based on their constraint? That's what is equity is all about. And inclusion is an action. Knowing diversity, knowing the need for equity, what is that action I'm taking? Is that I should take an action as an inclusion. And by doing this, what is the outcome for the organization and for the individual? They feel like they are like part of a team, belonging. So combining this DAB, what does it mean? Diversity is the fact which is there in the society everywhere, every one of us knows. It's a country of different country. India is a country, is not a single country. Was not a single country before independence. We all know that. There are about, if I am right, there are about 500 plus kingdoms were there in India. Kingdoms mean what? Every place is considered as an independent country. Bangalore was, partially was under the Madras presidency, partially it was Mysore presidency. And partially Karnataka state was under the Hyderabad presidency. So every kingdom had their own army, their life. So they were used for several years, 1,100 years of life. They were used for a separate country. But people like the freedom fighters and Jawaharlal Nehru and the Sardar Patel and all, they joined together. They made this country as a union of different states together and come with a common constitution. So that basic identity you should understand. For example, if you go to Europe as a whole country, as a union, look at it, it's actually a part of India. But they are not an individual country, they are a continent. But India, we are becoming a one country. So we have more important necessity to understand, recognize the diversity of people, and treating people with equity and ensuring that this inclusion is available. As a result, you are getting the belongingness. So this is not about the introduction to the diversity, equity, and inclusion and belongingness. And having known to this diversity and inclusion, how quickly let's look at it, how HR can contribute in terms of the enhancing the diversity,
Guys, I think we'll reconnect. I think we'll reconnect. Check. Okay, till the time I think the connect and we still have some time. How many HR specialization students are here? Okay, you just raise your hand. Just raise your hand. Just raise your hand. HR. Okay, HR. Could some of you just quickly give me some insights into what sir has spoken about this acronym that we are speaking about diversity, equity, inclusiveness, and belongingness? Anyone? 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 It's something very important for you that when you talk about HR, how we are talking about diversity. Because you're going to have a lot of different people who are going to be part and parcel of your organization. Sir is on. Sir is on. Sir is on. Sir, can you hear me? 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 Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, the screen is full or partial now? Display. Display.
So are you able to hear me? 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 Okay.
Screen is okay. Screen is okay. Screen is okay. Screen is okay.
Okay, just inform sir. Just inform if he's not able to hear. Sir, are you able to hear me? If you are, we have crossed.
Screen is coming full. Screen is coming full.
Benchmark. I can give you another 2 minutes. You will have to conclude, sir. So sorry. So sorry. So sorry. So sorry.
My colleague is trying to reach out location.
Screen is visible. We are audible and screen. We are audible and screen. We are audible and screen. Screen visible. Screen is
Screen. Screen audio. Screen audio. Slide for more.
Technical stuff. Just inform sir there itself if you
So
can.
join the audio.
Yeah, they are said yes. Okay. Right. Okay, thank you. Right. So why diversity equity required is the most important thing we have seen so already, but I'm not going to spend much time on that. Let's deep dive into a little more, rather than actually be saying always it's important what the world renowned stalwarts spoke about diversity. Our ability to reach unity in diversity will be the beauty and test of our civilization. What Mahatma Gandhi, our father of our nation, said. It's not just a need of the hour, it's also demonstrates our civilization. If you are a civilized personality, you should recognize the unity in diversity. This being a Mahatma of this country, he realized that the need for all of us to really recognize the unity in the diversity what we are having. That's what they are having. And also, more renowned Sundar Pichai. Today, no one can say that I don't know Sundar Pichai. Sundar Pichai has said that a diverse mix of voices leads to better discussions and decisions and outcomes for everyone. Because having studied in the southern part of India and having worked in a global organization, becoming the CEO of the organization.
You are audible. Hello. What's the entrance?
Okay. So, the diverse mix of voices leads to better discussion and decision outcomes for everyone. That's next one. The role of HR in DIB is HR recruitment. As a description when you decide itself, you should actually frame in such a way that the job description attract the diverse candidates. And also, when you are hiring, you should focus on the global hiring methodology, not that, earlier you would remember that some of the most, because I was in TCS, I know that. TCS, when I entered, there was that, they go to specific campus, we recruit only from specific campus. It was not a diversified approach. Then organization evolved. They felt that there is a need that we should open up a common entrance for everybody whoever wants to apply across India. It's not that we go for a very campus specific alone. It's a diverse talent pools reaching out and bias-free hiring. Somebody coming from my own college and becoming more bias-free, they're becoming more biased. That's a bias. You should be offered. Meritocracy should be given priority than the bias in the selection. And also, And to understand whether how are we doing very strongly, we also should understand the track the diversity metrics among the recruitment process. Training and development, most important thing, developing the knowledge and awareness for people about the need for, there is a reality in world is diversity and the need for encouraging diversity. How do we practice inclusion? Those kind of training and developmental process to be designed in such a way which can help the diversity process be successful. Engagement, of course, engagement is about art of buying the heart of the people. When you buy the heart of people, what do you do? When you want to meet a friend first time, how do you go and connect? You always look for similarities. You try to recognize, though we have a lot of differences. First you identify what color you like. I like this color. I like this hero. You like this hero. I like this song. You like. So this way you build the relationship. So that's where this buying the heart process happening. Similarly, in organization, engagement is about art of buying the heart. That process, how do we demonstrate the employee engagement is the most important one. How do you demonstrate that? Right? And the performance, most important thing. Many times the performance is not an objective-based performance. Every world is having a problem of doing a performance management objectively. That's why more and more system process we are bringing. Still, we are not so successful. Mentally, we should be ready to be unbiased in the way we measure the performance of people, and also by giving salary. Still, there are, we may think that in our country we have grown. Still, there are different wages for men, different wages for women. It is there. That kind of, even though there is a law prohibiting that, still we have the practice in place. Everybody knows it. And many advertisement job posts coming, where only can apply. That itself is a not, you are not recognizing diversity, then you are not inclusive organization. And so these are all the various ways and means. There are a lot of practices available. I know there is a time constraint of getting a message on that. So this is what I would like to say, that as the professionals, when you are grooming, you should understand the need for understanding the need for DI and practice it in your college. Somebody today, for example, so far we have spoken a person who is different language than you. Go talk to them, understand what is the difference. Still, how do we collaborate? Start that one step today towards. Then it will be easy for you to come and practice in the industry, the D&I. So with that, I leave for the forum if there is any questions, because I could get up some messages from different directions from WhatsApp and through my friend Yogesh also. So thanks Yogesh for the support, and thank you Prema ma'am and Lokesh for all your efforts for making the session online. I'm sure how to a great extent you would have got my voice and audio there. Thank you. Over to you all for any questions are there.
Thank you so much, sir, of the session. Few narratives that we can take. Sorry, of the summary. So was very well in making us understand or articulating the whole idea of diversity, equity, inclusiveness, and belongingness in workplace, and how the company has also been very collaborative, understanding of how do you see personals in the organization. Sir, I've given the best definition of diversity to our own country, India, and we coming from various different backgrounds, be it culture, be it identity, be it language, religion, gender, everything in its mix and matches, how we need to merge together to form one team. So also spoke about equity, the whole idea of need and necessity. So also comprehended in understanding how accessibility under this acronym is something very important. Beautifully he narrated with a picture the whole idea of equity and equality. Under the third aspect of inclusion, the whole idea of belonging and support is something that Sir was stressing upon. Understanding others' perspectives and at different domains or different verticals, how do you work with this of the whole idea of inclusion. The last component Sir spoke about was belongingness, the whole idea and sense of security and support. When we put it in terms of workplace, something very important and crucial that we have to keep in mind when we are at leadership roles. To conclude his speech, sir also spoke about certain other domains, for example, recruitment, employee engagement, performance management, and especially compensation and benefits. Is something very important, that how the firm is very vast experience. You could add these components in a workplace. Thank you so much, sir, for comprehending that. I hope the students get the best out of it. I will open the round of the session for 2 questions only. If there is anyone who wants to ask a question to sir, the session is open.
Yeah, so am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. So my question is with respect to India, which is going in the country development aspect. Everyone or the companies or firms are shifting to more of a goal set based approach. So yeah. Am I clearly audible? Okay. So starting from first, right now India, we see that the country is in a state of development. So we see companies and firms turning into more of a goal based approach rather than the inclusive approach. So my question is, can I call it a byproduct of work culture, or can I call it a byproduct of development?
So I think you're not able to hear.
So audible.
So can you hear me?
Can you repeat the question? I couldn't get the question. Actually, it's not audible to me.
Okay, so the question was getting in. Now, presently, India is going to a state of the country development aspect right now. So we see companies and firms turning into an aspect of goal setting and approach based.
No, I don't think he can hear the question. You can come here.
Or someone can ask the question to the Zoom call, computer system, no, sitting on the system. They can ask from
I don't think sir can hear. Sir, can you hear this voice?
Okay, system, if your computer is sitting, I can ask questions from there, it will be better. Or you can type in the chat box.
Technical staff. Check if sir is able to hear. Sir, can you hear me now? Okay, what we'll do is, due to time limit and time constraint, we will have these 2 questions been put now and send to sir, so that we can get the information and we can revert back to the students.
Yes, going through the concept of
We see that companies are shifting into the aspect of goal setting and goal setting approach. So my question is that a product of work culture, or is it due to the calendar aspect?
No, I'm very about video question.
I agree.
Since we don't have enough time, the people who have questions, please give it to any of the student coordinators. We will put it up in a message or a mail and send it to sir. Sir, if I am audible to you,
I request the technical staff to kindly pass on the message to him that we have concluded and we have given our respects to him.
So as we draw this plenary session to a close, I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all our speakers, Dr. Khairul Ahmed, Dr. Gangadhar Reddy sir, Dr. Israel Indrat sir, and Ms. Hepzibah Sharmila ma'am for sharing their profound insights and practical strategies. A special thank you to our moderators, Father Dr. Augustine Lurdu and Captain Akshay. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us today and for moderating this session and for your adept guidance in creating an engaging and thought-provoking session. It is through sessions like these that we bridge theory with practice and transform knowledge into action. So I think we have come to an end for the final plenary session of the conference. What? You're coming? Yes. Sir, I have to announce the debate competition. Okay. Please. Thank you.
Students, good afternoon. Okay, just as we were speaking in relation to the whole idea of inclusionness, diversity and belongingness, it's also very important because this is a social work conference. It's very important that we by ourselves set an example, and just by being in classroom settings and teaching you whatever we do in our presentation is something also very important that we are grounded. Yeah? And like how Rajendra says always, that if you don't work in the grassroots, you will never make a difference. Yeah. So keeping that as the context for this specific session, the chair as well as the conveners of the conference have set up something very special and something very solemn and sacred. So I would request each and every one of you to stand up and welcome few of the BBMP workers who have come all the way for this conference. We will have them come on stage and we will also respect them for the kind of work with all the integrity, the dignity and all what they do in silence and in all that in invisibleness. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the winners of life. I would request all the other faculties to also come on, who are supposed to. Could we have the chairs? I request all the others to be seated. Thank you so much for showing your respect. I'm really honored. Kindly settle down. Music. Now that we spoke about inclusiveness and diversity, I will request Dr. Prema to take over so that they also understand that what we are talking about.
Sorry, I won't take much time. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಅಕ್ಕ ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ತುಂಬಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ನಮ್ದು ಸೇಂಟ್ ಜೋಸೆಫ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಸಮಾಜ ಕಾರ್ಯ ವಿಭಾಗ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು. ಸೊ ಅವರು ಮುಂದೆ ಸಮಾಜ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನೀವು ಯಾವ ತರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನ ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಪರಿಹಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನೀವ್ ಯಾವ ತರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನ ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ತಲುಪಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕಲಿತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಾಡಿ, ಸೊ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಕಷ್ಟಗಳೇನಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋ ಅಂತ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಷ್ಟಗಳು ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಜೀವನಗಳೇಗಿದೆ, ಸಾಂಸಾರಿಕ ಜೀವನಗಳೇಗಿದೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟಗಳಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮೀರಿ ನೀವು ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ, ಸಮುದಾಯವನ್ನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಷ್ಟ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸೊ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕಷ್ಟ ಪಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೊ ಬಿಗ್ ರೌಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಪ್ಲಾಸ್ ಟು देम ಫಾರ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ us. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು, ಧನ್ಯವಾದ. ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಒಬ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಿ.
ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಅದಷ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ
she's telling not confident in speaking, but she'll try her best. She greeted all of us.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಓದ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ ಪಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಲೀಜು ತಿಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ, ಹಂಗೆಲ್ಲ
ಇವಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹಸುಗಳು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಪಾಪ ಅದ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ಇದೆ, ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ 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 ನಾವಂತೂ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇರೋ ಮನೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಚುಲರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಹುಡುಗಿಯರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ನೋಡಿ ಈ ತರ ನಾವು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಗಂತ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದ್ರ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹಸುಗಳು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಹಸುಗಳನ್ನ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜನ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ಈ ತರ ಅಂತ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ ಕಷ್ಟ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಈ ತರ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಿದೆ.
So when they're cleaning the roads, there are people who scold them.
when they tell them not to litter on the road. So they are telling it's okay, people do that, but since we are aware of not doing that, we should advise people when they are littering around, and we should be more conscious while doing all this work. And thinking about animals, well, we litter the roads, the animals, especially the cows and the dogs come and eat that. Since animals cannot speak, she's telling we have to be more conscious for even animals.
I think students. The main motive of bringing them here, conference where we are speaking about environmental sustainability. Morning, one of the speakers was also speaking about waste segregation. All right. I stayed here at least for the last 8 years, and I've seen all three of them here working around. Problem is that this place, the majority of the residents who come from Shantinagar are university, not somebody who's outside. Majority of us is who stays around here. The problem is some of us start a class by 7, so we keep our garbage bags untied, and then we leave it on the road and then we move away. They come by 7:30. Some days they come by 6:30. Some days they can take 8:30. By the time they come, the garbage bags are kept outside. What happens is there are dogs, there are cows, and there are roam around. They just come, they smell. With the smell, they just open the bags and then they put them all on the road. And the problem for them is they have to actually clean it, plus also pick it up and then process it. So they are actually requesting us to have that responsible waste segregation. That was something that was missed in the translation. I wanted to say that responsible waste segregation is something that we need to look at. The way how they put it, I think very easily I can say, because I surely interacted with them, and I remember also once, most of us have a habit of buying this tomato or stuff like that. It's a plastic thing that you're getting. There's extra food waste that is there. Along with that, we just throw it on the garbage. That's not how it's supposed to be. I'm sure you can, the extra remaining chutneys or the bones can be separately put, wash it off, and then you can put it back, so that it's typically a dry waste and typically a wet waste that would be. That's something that we need to keep in mind, and that's something that they're talking about. And when the Taka was telling, she was very clear to say, we will be doing our work. We are fine with doing our work. We will do the work. Ours is to collect the garbage, we'll do that work. But if you could responsibly segregate and keep it, will be the most happiest thing for us, is what they're trying to say. Alright, that's something that we need to keep in mind as social workers. In fact, people who are studying a paper on unorganized sector will also understand that many of them come from contractual jobs. They are not properly employed full-time BPMP workers as we see. And you all know what it is to be an unorganized labor in this country. Alright, and so this is not just a respectful gesture that we try to do, keeping them over here and trying to honor them. Rather, it is a responsibility that we're putting across and taking it from here, that we will be responsible waste segregators. That's something that we need to take up. ನಾನೊಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. 27 ಟೈಪ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೊಡುವಾಗ ನಾವು ಬರೀ ಡ್ರೈವೇಜ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಅದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು. ಭಾಷೆಗಳು 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 ಹಾಂ 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 ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ಹೌದು 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 ಆಯ್ತು 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 ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು To put it in a nutshell, you know, I was asking about there are 27 types of segregation that is supposed to be done. Even the Bangalore's corporation is quite clear about segregating the waste on 27 different types, but they are actually putting across and saying at least sanitary pads of any kind that we make use of, the wet waste, the food waste separately, sanitary waste separately, and the dry waste that comes in the form of plastics and papers and bottles. If these can be segregated separately and then put across, it will be easy for them to process. I think that should be a request that they're putting across, that we should be able to take it up and do it responsibly. Thank you for the time. ತುಂಬಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಬಂದಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ. Thank you.
ಓಕೆ ಸೊ ನಾವು ತುಂಬಾ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು ಟೋಕನ್ ಆಫ್ ಗ್ರಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಸೊ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ವಿ ವುಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಫೆಲಿಸಿಟೇಟ್ ದೆಮ್ ಗಿವ್ ಎ ಬಿಗ್ ರೌಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಪ್ಲಾಸ್
I kindly request the dean, head of department, the conveners of the conference, to come forward, and do the honors. Students, if this does not spark a fire in you, I do not know what else will. Guys, please applaud loudly. Please stand up. Can you stand up and give your respects to them? Yeah. The silent workers who have gone unheard. But guys, today you make them feel possible. Thank you each and every one of you for making this possible. Thank you so much, students, for you getting up and showing your respect. You can be seated. I request the MC to take over. Students, no conference or no speak, no talk is of use if there is no kind of conflict. Yeah. So we have the next session that is happening is the debate. Yeah, I hope it's going to be enriching, and each class battles it out the most appropriate manner. Yeah, for and again for the topics that we are here having in the conference. I would wish each and every batch to fight and make sure that the best class wins. Thank you.
If you are running a business where you are the one who's managing operations, sales, marketing, finance,
Good afternoon, everyone. Warm welcome to our much awaited pay attention, guys. Can you all guide me? I'm your host for today, and I'm thrilled to guide you through this exciting intellectual battle. Today, we have some of the brightest minds here, ready to argue, challenge, and persuade. Debating is not about winning an argument, it's about critical thinking, communication, and the power of ideas. Before we proceed, it's our honor to introduce the moderator of today's debate, a distinguished academic and guiding force in our institution, Father Simon Paul Souza, our co-convener of School of Social Work. Father Simon has been the pillar of wisdom and leadership, and we are grateful to have him here to ensure fair and engaging debate. Now, I would like to call Father Simon to the debate to escort our judges to I would like to welcome Dr. Srinivas sir and Dr. Venkatesh Murthy PB onto the stage. Please excuse yourself. Please take your seat. Please, sir. Venkatesh sir, please. Dr. Srinivas D is an assistant professor in the Department of Social Work at Central University of Karnataka. He holds a master's and PhD in social work from the University of Mysore. With 8 years of experience, he has served in various academic research roles, including project fellows and Mysore University. Venkatesh Murthy PB is an HR professional and social worker in the background in social work and business at Corp Limited, contributing to HR systems and large-scale employment initiatives. We welcome you, sir, and I would like to invite Father Simon to take over. Now, let's welcome our brilliant participants for today's debate, representing their representative sides with passion and intellect. We have chess number 1, A01, and chess number A03 onto the stage, please. Let's give them a big round of applause, guys.
So dear students, are you ready? Yes, are you ready? Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. So far we have listened to many resource people today, and now we have the students making their claims, making their arguments. So therefore, since it's a competition, we have some important rules to be followed. Both the groups, I suppose. You listen to the important rules. First thing is about the timings. For your opening statement, both the groups. For your opening statement, you'll get 2 plus 1 minute for both the teams. After 2 minutes, the warning bell will be given to you. In the second round, cross exam. Total 15 minutes will be given to both the groups. 2 minutes per side. And warning bell before 1 minute will be given. And for your closing statement, there will be 3 minutes. Warning will be given after 2 minutes. I know both the groups are excited. So some do's before you go ahead with the debate. Kindly maintain professionalism. We are all MSW and DSW students here. Therefore, kindly maintain the decorum. Maintain professionalism while you debate. Each team must consist of 3 to 5 members. Claims should be backed by facts, statistics, and also expert opinions. Speakers must adhere to the given time limit. Remember, time is very important. And address keeping your time limit. And counter the opposing team's argument logically. Each segment will follow strict time limits. Kindly note for the leaders. Some of the don'ts are avoid personal attacks. You are allowed to make your other comment, but no personal attacks. Interruptions in between are prohibited. Since it's a competition, we need to limit our time limit. And offensive language is not allowed. I hope all the rules are very clear to both the parties.
Also, the teams are not allowed to carry any mobile phones or electronic devices onto the stage. So make sure you're
Check.
Okay, we begin with the topic that is given to you. Green technology. Remember? Green technology. A true solution. Green technology, is it a true solution or just another capitalist scheme? Is it a true solution or just another capitalist scheme? Are we ready? Yes. Okay, we begin with A03. Okay, we begin with for group. Over to skunk group. A01. Okay, A01.
So the topic given to us is about green solution. It is a true solution because, as you can see, It not only provides sustainability but also employment, as well as it helps in the development of the country as well. And if you look at the numbers, India overall has been developing with green energy. And recently there was a solar power plant that was inaugurated, which is going to be producing about 300 gigawatts of electricity through the solar power panels that is implanted in Gujarat by Adani Group with Adani Group and the Government of India. It was a partnership that has taken place, which has provided employment opportunities for a lot of people. And this is a true solution because we are in no way, impacting the environment as much as we are with the fossil fuel when we burn it and let the mass amount of CO2 go into the atmosphere. So that is the opening statement. Two more minutes. And I would like to add, if you look at the numbers, in 2010, around 13% of surge was there in the use of renewable energy, which led to the save of 1.2 billion kg of CO2 footprint from our atmosphere, which prevented it. And in 2022, the latest number says that around 11.5 million to 12 million percent of employment was there.
Let me know when the time starts. Okay. So basically, we're talking about green technology here. So my friends, we're talking about sustainable development. Look for. Sustainable development is not what we're looking for. We completely disagreed with agreeing to the COP protocol. And imagine all the sustainable operations, like how we talked about windmills. There are so many windmill plants that are on tribal areas, on green lands, on forest areas and tree covers, where the tribals and the indigenous communities there are being displaced. In sociology, we call this development-induced displacement. How is displacement of a marginalized community better in any possible way? You are talking about Adani. You are talking about Adani Energy. Adani Energy has offshore accounts where they're exploring into coal operations. They have multiple coal mining operations that happen. You also talk about employment. Employment for whom? Green technologies have a lot of data mining in them. The majority of employment, especially 1.6 billion employment, was only in the upper class category. Engineers, software developers, scientists, researchers. What about those who do not have the education or the access to this? Talk about accessibility, green technology. We all use electronic vehicles. How many of the middle class or the lower middle class can afford green technology? It is just like a concept of veganism. Pure clean energy is only for the rich, for those, for the haves, not for the have-nots. Those who do not have the access to energy, to resources, to land, to money, to water, do not have any resource to the so-called green technology that you are giving us.
Okay, so adding on to what my peer here just said, and to counter your argument, okay, you said about development of the country. Which country is being developed here? Because when you say green technology, right, take electric vehicles, where the main source used in their batteries for recharging is cobalt. And cobalt is being mined in Sudan and Congo, where children, women, and people, the residents there are being exploited. They are gravely ill, they are dying, and it's a complete genocide happening there. So all this for what? To build up the capitalist countries, to provide for the upper class people.
Okay, so a whole war was waged because of the lithium reserves in Ukraine. Ukraine has 5% of the world's mineral reserves in it. and the war was instigated by the US and the Russia.
Both the sides have total 15 minutes for cross-examination.
Two minutes for each side, 15 minutes ahead. Begin. 2 plus.
Okay. The first question you asked us was, who do this sustainable development go to? So my question, the answer is, who do you think will benefit from this? So if we don't do sustainable technology right now, in coming years, this pollution does increase. How do we live in this current society when this much pollution is happening? The water is being polluted, the air is being polluted, and even some reports say that diseases are being happening much more. A child gets sick faster than in the previous days. So what do we do about the sustainability?
Okay. The issue with this, the question you asked is, you know what, one of the major problems caused by these lithium batteries, the EVs that we use lithium batteries, okay? E-waste. The e-waste such as cadmium, lithium, lead, these are the components in these e-batteries. These are dumped in the oceans, the rivers, all these places. You don't think that affect our health? These same children are also hurt by these toxic components in the rivers, in the water, in the air.
So most of the people who have phones here have lithium batteries. Does that mean you don't need to use a phone in life, or do you want us to stay where we are right now, not develop and evolve in life? Most of the iPhones here have lithium batteries, and I'm pretty sure half the people in this room have iPhones, and they all use lithium batteries, so we buy iPhones because the battery life is. Let's all agree that battery life is not so great in iPhones, but still we buy the phone because we have lithium batteries in it. Does that make us not want to buy an iPhone because of the camera quality? I don't think so. I don't think so.
So all those who can afford phones here, how many of us have iPhones? Okay. Sorry, can you repeat your statement as to which phones have lithium batteries?
All Android, most of the Android top gen phones also have lithium batteries in them. Not only iPhones. And the phones which have lithium batteries come starting from 15K to 25K. Not only iPhones have lithium batteries.
Okay, so you're talking about the consumption of phones, the consumption of phone factories. How many of these phones that you talk about, the 15 to 25K range, the buildings that we live in, it's not a forest area. Do you think the indigenous people have access to extreme technology? What is basic technology phones for us is something that is extremely, unaffordable for them. So what about the places where you completely do environmental degradation for these phone factories, for these, you contradicted your own very statement. These very lithium battery factories which are happening is against green technology, right? You're contradicting your statement. The factories themselves are on lands which have accusations, land acquisition accusations, lands which are, which are not under the patta is not under their name, lands which are taken from indigenous communities, lands which cover ponds, yet again left into streams and rivers. Doesn't it all form a whole cycle where the very same kid who is using a Samsung S27, doesn't it affect the very same kid and the majority of the population that you're talking about? You contradict your very own statement.
Okay, I like your statement. But then, do you want us to not evolve in life? Do you want us to not evolve in life?
evolution of the middle class and the upper middle class is done only by the marginalization of the oppressed. Always.
Even more years are lithium batteries.
Evolution will, please do not, interrupt me when I'm talking.
My bad.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Evolution that we're talking about, the technology that we use, the access to technology that we're having, it comes from oppressing the marginalized, systematic oppression. So I use my phone. I have a phone. You have a phone. We all have phones. I do not disagree with the statement where we need to evolve. But are we evolving sustainably? Are we evolving consciously? When we buy if you're buying a thrift store, you're checking what size the clothes is, what material the clothes is made of. How many of you have turned back your phone and see whether the company has any environmental CSR initiatives? No. If you're talking about the majority has to be involved in it.
So
we still have a minute.
So when you're talking about mobile phones and all of that, even though we consume mobile phones, who do you think the money goes back to? Who do you think are profiting from the use of these mobile phones? The capitalistic society, not the middle class, not the lower middle class, but the people who produce these phones. And who are they exploiting? The lower middle class or the marginalized to produce these phones in the first place. And it's not, I'm saying it's not just these phones because it's going away from the topic. We're talking about green technology. I'm saying both the technology we're using and the green technology we're using is again and again, they're just targeting the lower middle class. They're exploiting them to give back to the capitalistic society.
So the thing is that using mobile phone, you're saying that it goes to the capitalists. So are you saying that we should not use any kind of capitalist things? Like we shouldn't use any phones? What company in India currently produces that goes to the government, goes to the people? Every mobile brand is a capitalist company. Everything in India is everything not in India. Sorry. Every product that we use currently is from a company. Can you say that we can take a mobile phone from the government? Do the landlines work? No.
Okay, so I would yet again like to, rotate back to the point where talking about green technology, which, if I would like to define again, means any green sustainable technology that brings in energy. Lithium batteries are, compact and carryable energy sources, whereas green technologies that we're talking about are big factories, solar panels, windmills, waste water management factories. So when you're talking about capitalism, it all boils down to how much does the person need? Where is the line between needs and wants? Are you ready to go and satisfy your capitalistic desires to yet again, oppress a child who is in Sudan or in Congo or in Comoros, right? Let's take makeup, for example. Makeup is also a very capitalistic product. How many of the girls here see what makeup do they use? So any technology, any product, like how you mentioned, is capitalistic. But it is up to the consumer to be a little bit sensible about how much consumerism is too much consumerism. Yeah? You want
So are you ready to give up this makeup, this dresses that everybody uses every day?
Yet again, the technology that we're talking about are not... See, makeup is yet again an analogy. Okay, why don't I frame your question better? I think you want to ask me, are you ready to give up big energy corporations? Is that what you're trying to... Okay, yes, we are ready to give up big corporations. India being the biggest exporter and the manufacturer of coal-fueled energy. Until now, in rural areas, 56%, this is according to the UN stats, 56% of rural community and rural India still use coals. They still use coal fire. When we went for a rural camp, did we go with induction stove? No. We use things that combust, things that go CO2. So, if you want to talk about clean and green energy, go do that in Hosawali Tanda or in places where we
Okay, so you said you're willing to give up like a high demand technologies, right? You said you're willing to give it up. The very mic you both are using uses a battery to connect to the speakers and like give out loud voices of us shouting our throats out here. So my point is that at one point we'll have to evolve somewhere, right? We can't be stuck at a place where we can't evolve anywhere. And see, sacrifices are needed to evolve in life. With sacrifices we all end up somewhere. Without sacrifices we have nothing to like evolve in life, right?
Okay, I would like to remind my, friend that the topic we're speaking about is not technology, but green technology. This mic is a technological instrument, not a green technology instrument. So when you're talking about these mics, these portable mics, do you know the statistics of how many people are employed for this? How many job opportunities are created? Do you have the statistics as to which class is being employed? If there's enough job security, fair wages, any company, whether it be green technology or whether it be any kind of ONGC, oil and natural gas company, even oil and natural gas companies, give me the statistics as to how much of actual beneficial outcome is happening for a third world country. We do not even have enough clean drinking water. We do not even have enough rainwater harvesting systems. Our roads are not fine. These are the things that our budget should be into, not green technology, which is for the future of a developed country. Is it hard? We have one more minute.
Hello. So I want to talk about one major issue, that is when you talk about a lot of sustainability and all, it is not cheap. So now when you say, I check the prices and all, solar panels come with a price of like 8K, yes, but then it's like the low. I've checked it on Amazon and all, it comes to like 8-9K, but then when you talk about something like installation of those, they can start from like 75K like, to go up to like 2 or 3 lakhs as well, which is not something that everyone can afford. It is it basically shows that only the rich can actually afford this stuff, and like the people who are like middle class or like the backward section do not have the available resources or the income to actually access this stuff. Another thing is, if you go to see and talk about EVs and all, when you talk about EVs, the lowest that I found, a 4-seater EV is MG Corbett EV, which is priced at around 7 lakhs. Yeah.
So, in the first statement, I don't know your name, you said that for whom is the employment and the poverty of the country is increasing. And the government of India provides education to all children who are under 15. And with that education, the children can make up and do some job and make some money in their life. And with that money, they can buy what they can. And the pollution, you said that lithium batteries cause health diseases among people. Do you know the pollution of Delhi and how much they cost the people? And the government And the government had made a statement that only one car and the odd number or even number cars would be there in the streets on one day. And they even promote the use of EVs among the people. And the first I said that there is they can acquire education and make money for their life. With that money, they can buy whatever they can if they want to.
Okay, you said that we have Islam. So going back to your point in the very starting, you mentioned that third world countries iPhone exploitation, 56% of rural India is running on coal and 8K for solar panels. Okay, so let me just clarify a few things. India is not a third world country. All of you agree with me, yes or no, in terms of development? Yes? Yes or no? I'm asking the audience. No crowd, you guys are dead. Alright. So, iPhone outside Bangalore, there's a place, I'm not able to recall the name, but it is not the lower middle class people working there. They are certified engineers who hail from a BTech background and they work there. And they are not in no way exploited. They are provided with the utmost care, they are provided with the best facilities and everything else. And I know this for a fact because I have been there and
Education is mandatory and these kids can learn and get jobs and earn money. India is one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, also underemployment rates in the world. Are we earning such money here? You see lots of unemployed people, you see people with degrees, postgraduates working or selling tea on the streets. Can you earn money simply like that just because you have a degree? It's not a guarantee that you will get a job. And that too a good earning job. I've seen social workers who work for 10,000 rupees per month.
And yet again, you are talking about employment where a BTech graduate is being, employed. Okay? Sorry? Yeah. So, in the corporate sector, when we talk about the corporates that employ green technologies themselves, don't we have wage disparities between genders? In a corporate environment. Now take a coolie laborer. Yeah. Sorry, 15 minutes are over. Okay?
Both the groups are doing very well. Reminding you of the topic once again. Green technology, a true solution or just another capitalistic scheme? Both the groups should think about greenery, sustainability. Think green, live green, be green always. Audience, when you are green, you grow. But when you are ripe, you rot. If you really think about greenery, greenery will bring peace, serenity, feeling with nature and existence. Green is the sign of growth, prosperity and inner happiness, it is said. Last round, closing statements. Both the groups will get only 3 minutes. Warning will be given in 2 minutes. Both the groups will get only 3 minutes. Okay, for and against.
So getting back to the point where I left off for the time, you mentioned another point called 56% of rural India is undeveloped. Why do you think that is undeveloped? Because when this progress is being put into play, things take time, right? And you can't expect everything to happen overnight as it does. And when you're not letting something like this get into play, where you have a private-public partnership tie-up that is helping the people grow. And he mentioned, and one of your the opponent mentioned about solar panels. Recently, when the PM came into power, the last term, his term, this final term, he mentioned something about solar panels coming into play, of how they're going to be installing it across houses for free. And there are places where people have gotten free solar panels for free installed in their houses. And there is live proof for that on their website. You can go check that out. And I'm pretty sure government websites are a good reference site, which can be cited for what I'm saying. You can find that it's being backed over there. And for the exploitation of
green technology provides employment to people. In 2022, it provided 12 million employment to people who were unemployed. You said that unemployment is increasing in India. So, increase of green technology may result in increase of employment among the people of India.
So, you said the educated people, you see them selling tea on the road. And you say social workers get 10,000 per month, less than 10,000, and then you are trying to say that tea workers get more than social workers. Sometimes. Okay, then they're so educated and they don't have a job. When green technology provides more like companies coming up, and they therefore are not unemployed anymore because they get employment opportunities there, and there is no gender bias there. Because they provide. You spoke about people when the woman and man don't get a job there, right? And there are a lot of people on the roads selling tea and chai and all that.
Also, one more thing, you said that ISO installation, everything is so costly. This is because sustainability is new to us. By day, it will decrease because most EVs also, the government also provides so many subsidies for such activities. Also, you mentioned about mentioned about a village. Do you think that this village you mentioned about creates as much pollution as a city like Bangalore? No, it does not. It can never. So,
Hello. So coming back to the topic, I would like to conclude by saying that, our conclusion was conclude by saying that green technology, it can never be a true solution. It can be part of a solution, and it is just another capitalistic schemes. When we talk about green technology, we are talking about sustainability, how to develop the nation with the sustainable background and stuff. But who owns this green technology? Capitalist people who are Tata, Adani, etc., etc. They are the ones who get profit because of this and who are exploited. People who have less money and poor background, marginalized community who are already marginalized and have enough in their plate. And coming back to the topic again, to contradict to what he said, that government has a lot of options that they have provided. We are talking about Indian government here. What implementation strategy do we have? Have we ever implemented anything correctly ever? Our implementation strategy is not that good. It's not that good. So, Prime Minister can make so many promises, but can he implement it correctly to all of them? So that's the question. And to add on to that, I will quote an economist, Ramachandra Guha, who said India runs on 70% of software and 30% on hardware. Software being all these actions being on paper, and 30% being that stuff that is actually implemented in India. So we have everything on paper, but never in the field. So to add on to that, everything on the paper and nothing on the field. Okay, or very minimum on the field. That's what is it. Then to conclude, to add on a few points, that green technology, yes, it is for sustainability, but the repercussions of it to make so green technology will bring new green brands or new green trends where the company speaks about sustainable clothing. Let's take about clothing, sustainable clothing. But how many ways does it lead to? How many ways does it lead to? Green technology we are talking about. How many waste or how many waste of lithium it leads to, or how many countries have to suffer for us to get green technology? Yes, we are talking about sustainability in the future, but what about the repercussions at present and the cost at present? What about the present problems that we are going to face because of it for manufacturing it? Yes, it's important to think about future. We are never saying it's not, but at the cost of what? Are we going to look beyond the cost so that we can have a better future? That we are going to, in the name of sustainability, we are going to destroy the present.
I would like to end this by just stating one thing. It is okay to make certain accommodations and to make certain compromises if you are a human. Humans are social animals. So compromise for the better of the people and not the exploitation of them.
We almost wind up. Before we want to congratulate and appreciate both the teams for your wonderful posing of claims, arguments. As I wind up, want to make one comment. All that is green is not green today. All that is green is not green today. So I want to thank Aditi, both the participants here, for your nice participation. Over to the judges, Venkatesh sir and also Srinivas.
Thank you so much, guys. We'll give a big round of applause to our participants. We have Anand, Joyal, Abid, Bridgeflow, Christy, Sankat, and second. First time SJU versus first VSW. Congratulations, guys, and thank you so much for your amazing performances. The results will be announced after the lunch. I would like to call Rachel for few information. A few important announcements. Please listen carefully. We will break for lunch now. 1:30 to 2:15 is the lunch break. You are to report in the in Xavier Hall at 2:15. The participants, it's important that you're here. We will start the second round at 2:30. 2:30 to 3 o'clock will be round 2. 3 o'clock to 3:30 we'll have the final round. 3:30 to 4:30 we'll have our valedictory session. So if you're not here on time, we will start the debate competition. We're not going to wait for any of you. So please make sure you're here in the hall at 2:15. Thank you. You can break for lunch. CRs, don't forget to take attendance post lunch.